Hello, hello, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. God bless. Much love to everyone. Christy says, hey, everyone from Minnesota. God bless you, sweetheart. Ruby says, hello, PG from Canada. Well, hello to you. Thalmum Kids says, hello, everyone. Hello, Country Girl. Hello, PGOA. Annabelle. Hello, PG in chat. How are you doing, sweetie? 120 acres. Hello, PG in chat. Priscilla Wells. Hello, PG. I was watching for you tonight. Didn't want to miss you. LOL. Much love. Much love to you. Aw, hello, Moz in chat. Barbie says, hey, Prayer Garden chat. God bless. How you doing, Barbie? Boy, it filled up in here quick. I am like way behind. Voices of Reason. Hello, PG in chat from Tennessee. How are you? A lot of rain and flooding down there where you're at. Voices of Reason. Clementine. Hey, PG and everyone. Hello, Maura. Hello, much love, PG, 100%. God bless you, sweetie. Pam says hello. Prayers, much love, much love. Absolutely. Oh, she's from Oklahoma. Little Sissy says hello. Just me, Mama. Hello, everyone. Much love. Flip Flop says, hey. Emma says, good evening. Oh, there you are, Tennessee Shine. God bless you, sweetie. Hello, my beautiful virtual family. Much love. We've been missing you. I didn't see you last night. Little Sissy, don't forget to support this channel. Yeah, Benny's on it. Benny's always on it. Anytime Benny can cause trouble, he's there to get it done. Oh, absolutely, Country Girl. We do love her. We do. Candace had me so pissed off last night. PG was totally and utterly pissed off. Hello, Barbie. Tennessee Shine. Much love. Prayers to you. Much love. Absolutely. I've been praying for her too. I prayed it, and the angels wrapped their arms around her and her family, just give them some peace and comfort. Yeah, I seen that. I was like, whoa. Absolutely. I did see that, Kristen. Absolutely. Candace was live tonight. What the hell was that about? I ain't gonna be lonely no more. Some song, some country song she was singing. She just came on to sing everybody a song. I was like, what? Man, poor Candace. And then, like, she took off from there, and then she came back again. Twice. Yeah, she was on there twice. I was like, Damn. What's going on there? That was insane, right? Then she comes back for a few minutes and talks about I don't know what went off again. Candace is definitely she got home awful fast from that hotel, didn't she? I mean, all of a sudden she's all back in her place. Sorry, everybody. Somebody said probably stole the dining room table. She also was on she's also on some guy's channel. I can't remember his name as well. I seen her she was definitely on some guy's channel, or Candace was on a guy's channel. I can't remember who he was. Some creator. I took note that she isn't going around any women creators sites. She's just going to yeah. She's just going to, and I guess he lives in Tennessee. And then she's like, well, you're just 45 minutes away from me. I'm like, oh no, Benny better run fast and stop it. Yeah, I know, Norma. Yeah, yeah. I hope I pronounce it right. It's Glazier. I don't know. Anyway, sounds like a last name he's using. I didn't see a video with Candace and her two boys. I just saw the video. She did two of them tonight, back to back. It seemed like one she was singing a song, and the other one she just talked for a little bit and was gone. Common Sense 101. Yeah, he is. I'm not gonna lie. What is that? Why is Candace making pleas to a would-be kidnapper on her new channel? I mean, she's so sure the summer was taken by someone. Annabelle, as of December the 15th, foul play came into play. And I heard Sheriff Ronnie Lawson say there's no signs of an abduction. No signs of an abduction. What Candace is doing is basically, well, she has to, she has to make a plea to somebody, right, to keep the scent off for herself. I mean, if you're guilty, if a human's guilty, of course they're going to, talk in a different direction to keep the scent off of them. That's common sense. I listen to law enforcement. I don't listen to Candace Wells. Oh, she was being sarcastic. Oh my gosh, that singing was like, whoa. It had me laughing. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. I was that was some funny shit right there. Matter of fact, I wanted to play it, but I ain't allowed. It's got copyrights. I actually wanted to play it. That was some funny shit right there. She can't hold a tune in a bucket. I think she was singing to Benny. Might have been a song her and Benny played in the car that day he was up there. I don't know. But I heard they bonded. And that came out Benny's mouth. Then he was talking about how they bonded over a song. Hey, they was touching souls. They passed the flesh, man. Got right to the soul. Oh, shit. She looked happy when she said Don can't get Prayer Garden's mail in jail. Candace, people don't send it the mail under the name Prayer Garden. You have to know a person's name to stop the mail. Candace is up there having herself a pity party and hoping that everybody buys into it. I ain't bought it so far, I don't go to pity parties. I have too much pity. To show up. Hello, Julia. Wow, Fox. I have to see you to bring you on panel, sweetie. It says device not connected. You have to try to come back up. Open panel here every night, folks. Anybody wants to come up and support Summer, talk, hang out, you're more than welcome to grab a link and come up. I don't know why Wild Fox's device ain't working. Oh yeah, BK, I'm sure he's all over Candace to not be YouTubing it up. Absolutely. But you know what? I think she should. I absolutely, why should she allow Big Bird Benny don't own Candace? He don't own her. She's a free as a bird. She do what the hell she wants. She don't have to go around taking orders from Big Bird Benny or anybody else. I mean, that he ain't her management. He inserted himself, and he needs to uninsert himself. If she wants to, makes her feel better to be out here on YouTube and talking to people, let her talk. Leave her alone. Get the fuck off her back, Benny. She's a grown ass woman. She come out here and do any damn thing she wants. He don't own her. Who the hell's Benny Keys? She don't have to listen to him. Yeah, he needs to go lay himself an egg in his nest, in his mommy's garage. That's what I'm talking about. Well, Benny had a lot of control over the Wells because the Wells were intimidated about opening up their own YouTube channel and coming out and talking on it and so forth. They were using other creators to get their word out when, they want. But Benny was like, he's not willing to open up his panel to Candace whenever she wants to come up and talk and so forth and so on. Benny wants to, like Donald, keep Candace hidden in a closet somewhere and, restrain her from saying anything unless, he wants to get some clicks, likes, and views, and then he pulls her forth, controls the conversation, and then, it's all said and done. And that's just bullshit. I mean, Candace don't need nobody. She's got a mind of her own. She's got a brain of her own, She don't need nobody controlling her. I mean, they act like she's some special ed kid that, they need to shelter and talk for and tell her, what to say and when to say it and how to say it. What the hell? I mean, that's degrading if you ask me personally. They're degrading her. And, stepping on her mentality level as a human being, and she just ain't gonna take that shit no more. She's got her own YouTube now, and she's going to start opening it up, and she feels like sing. She feels like talk. That's her life. Do what she wants with it. I got to give her props there. Exactly. Yeah. It's like the Bible says, Big Bird Benny, pick that big plank out your own eye before you try to pick one out of somebody else's. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Go sweep your own doorstep. Quit trying to sweep Candace and Don's. I think they're capable of sweeping their own damn doorsteps. Exactly. Look at Allie and Cam. They're supposed to be, they claim to be good friends to the Wells, good people, all of this and that. Well, I see a lot of areas where the Wells could use their help and they're not giving none, to be perfectly honest. Beautiful sunflower. That is hilarious. She said, I hope she used some of that 90-gram for her vocal. I hope she don't. I'm going to tell you, her singing, boy, I'll be honest with you. That's some funny shit. That makes people laugh. That's her singing is a good thing. One thing I could say, her voice, when she sings, it sure can crack you up. Yeah, Cam's a crybaby. He's a wowsy woo woo. Somebody's always a picking on me. I'm like, oh my gosh, shut up. Keep secrets. I thought I couldn't sing. you, you found out you're a rock star? Candace, man, she got to stick to heavy metal, yeah? Or you just scream the shit. She needs a steel guitar. Um, I Candace can do what she wants to do. Yeah, true. They are no different than BK. Well, now his name's BBB. Big Bird Benny. Brown Bear says my son gave me voice lessons for a surprise about 5 years ago. He thought I should expand myself. I can't sing a note. How embarrassing. That is funny. Oh, they all want to tell Candace to shut up because did you notice that any panel she goes up on, they don't, you know, they try to get rid of her. I mean, it's like they don't want her there. They want to ask her a few things, just chit chatting, and like, okay, you're gone. I'm like, wow, really? That's the way to treat people? I would think not. Yeah, Allie. Oh man, I heard Allie could sing. She sung the pants off of Jose. She sung the britches off of him. She must have a beautiful voice. Just like said she had a nightmare. She said, I had a nightmare. Benny was playing on my phone. I fell asleep. Next thing I know, I was chasing BK around a prison yard trying to beat him up. He wouldn't shut up. Did you see Donald? Marty said, maybe Candace will have a comedy show on YouTube. Hey, she had one tonight. You should have heard that singing. That was some funny stuff. I was rolling. Morris says, my dog sings better. Yeah, I'm going to talk about JodiSue tonight. That's what we all want to know. We all want to know, where is Summer? That is exactly what we all want to know. Yeah, there was a child in the background. I'm going to show some concerning things about what took place last night. Like I said, anybody wants to take a link, you're always welcome to Palm Panel. It is always open panel here. I'm going to get started. Here's the hotel room last night. As you can see in this background, right where that arrow's pointing, there's a bottle, a prescription bottle of medication there. And you could tell it has medication in it. That's a prescription bottle of some type of pills sitting right there in the background, for those who did not take note. Oh, I need to see your face, honey. If you want me to bring you up on panel, I got to see your face. I only can see your hair. Hello? I got to be able to see you, sweetie. Okay, you can close your camera back if you want. You're on panel.
How do I close my camera back?
Hello?
Hello. So, is it true that you're fucking Ernie?
Is it true that you're effing stupid? Okay, I guess someone wanted to know if I was effing Ernie. I'm telling you, Maya Myers sound like he sound like a jealous husband, didn't he? Whoa, like straight up. Yeah, that was an oh my god. Don't ever know what's going to happen over here. So, is it true? Oh my gosh. That was creepy. That was super creepy. I'm glad I let him up because you know what? I wouldn't have missed that one for the world. That was hilarious. Yeah, maybe it was Candace wanting to know. Maybe it was Candace wanting to know. Wow. It was somebody that was jealous. Maybe, yeah. Couldn't have been nobody I know. So I got to talk to Ernie. It must be somebody maybe he knows. Yeah, I don't speak dumbass either. That's what I think he was. Whoever it was definitely was jealous, yes. They was jealous. I don't know what was up with that. I didn't expect that. Anyway, after I so rudely had to remove everything. Anyway, as you can see here, is a bottle of medication. That is definitely a prescription bottle of some type of medication. And it is sitting obviously on Candace's side of the room. And if you take note in the background, there's a Sprite bottle. That is a Sprite bottle on the other side. Obviously where the other person is going to be sleeping. Let's move on. There's your Sprite bottle. That's a bottle of Sprite. Right there you can see on the other side is the pill bottle of medication. As you can see, Candace is drinking Pepsi, not Sprite. She's got Pepsi. So whoever else is in that room is drinking Sprite. Let's move on. As you see, two beds. One's got the medication on one side, Sprite's on the other. Candace is drinking Pepsi. That means whoever's drinking the Sprite is taking the bed over where the Sprite's at. That means Candace must be getting the other bed where the pills are. Or someone. I do know there's pills there. As you can see, the side of the bed right there, the child's sleeping on, that bed is all wrinkled up as if someone has been laying there previous. Did anybody take note of how messed up this bed is, the sheets? There's definitely someone has been laying in that spot next to this child, or it would not be that crumpled and messed up. Absolutely not. Yeah, that's the sofa, but the sheet next to the child is destroyed. There's the child. Right there. As you can see, next to the child, the sheets are really messed up. They also have medication in this room with this child. Who keeps, who puts a bottle of medication out on a nightstand with a child in the room? Shouldn't that be kept in someone's pocketbook? Not in, beside a bed? I don't leave medication out around children. Absolutely not. You don't leave no type of medications sitting around where there's children. That is just asking for trouble. Yeah, I don't know what kid sleeps with a hoodie on as well. I don't know. All I do know is, it ain't looking kosher in that hotel room. That's for sure. There's a kid, medication, Candace Wells. Put the three together, it don't seem too kosher to me. I don't know. Well, if it's at your home, if it's at your home in your bedroom, behind a locked door on your nightstand or whatever, is one thing. I personally keep my medications all up in a cabinet, away from children. You don't know, you have no idea. Families visiting, somebody's child get a hold of your medication, it could kill them. It's very dangerous. Kids don't know no better. And not to mention, a lot of people see your medication sitting around and, they might open the bottle and take some of it out, try to sell it to people or something as something it's not. And, it's not safe leaving medication laying around. especially when you have, people coming and going out of your house. If you don't have people coming and going out of your home, then, there's no worry. Yeah, I ain't calling no law enforcement. I'm sure law enforcement's done scalped that room just like PG did. That's their job. Absolutely. I do understand who we're looking at. Absolutely. Ink, I do understand that. Yeah, nobody even knows what she was doing in that room. Um, Guy had her up on panel and he didn't even ask her, hey, where you at? You staying with a friend? What's going on there? You know, give her a chance to say something, but he didn't even ask. That's what I'm saying. People are afraid. They're afraid to ask the hard questions. I always find that there's some people, if you say up, they say down. If you say over, they'll say under. Um, you know, they live to disagree. Why does it matter? Because it's a hotel room. It's got a child in it, a pill bottle, and we already have a 5-year-old missing little girl named Summer Moon Utah Wells. I think that's why it matters. Right there. That's why it matters. It definitely matters big time. We're looking for a child that's missing, and there's a child in a hotel room with a medication bottle, all out in view, 2 big beds. The child's laying on a bed where the sheets look crumpled as hell, like somebody's been on them right next to it. That's why it matters. That's why it matters. If you see something, say something. And she told Benny on his live that she wouldn't be seeing the boys for a month. That was a few days ago. I mean, a few days ain't a month. A month means a month, like 30 days from when she was saying it. So, and that's what I mean. People, people don't listen. They don't listen to what Candace says. You hear, but you don't listen to her. And I distinctly heard her say on Benny's that she would be seeing him in about a month. A couple of days later, she's up in a hotel room. So, going to see the boys? No, that wasn't why she's there. And the boys ain't 45 minutes away, well, an hour and a half away from her house. No, they're a few hours away from the house. It is a very long drive. Do we remember when Donald complained that they had to drive all the way there and all the way back? They didn't get home till 3 a.m. The boys are about 4 to 6 hours away from there, not an hour and a half. Absolutely. They have no problems. I mean, she took a 15-year-old child to a swimming hole and provided it not only with baits to smoke, but also provided that child with twisted teas, which is an alcohol, beverage that no child should be allowed to have in its hands, or, it should have not ever been put in the hands of that child. And she has no problem drugging children from what it's looking like, in my opinion. In my opinion, she has no problem giving children illegal substances. There you go. And Hunter was a prime example. Absolutely not. Exactly, Norma. Exactly. I totally and utterly agree with you. Absolutely. I so agree. Most adults would not provide children with any kind of substance that they're not supposed to have. Absolutely. But we're not talking about, normal human beings down here in Tennessee. Candace made a statement that she only has 2 best friends. 2. And that's Candace and Donald. And she thanks them very much. Rita, I don't think you're from Ben Hill Road. Let's take a tour up Ben Hill Road, where you have JodiSue and Andy, you have Fred Hill, you have Donald and Candace Wells. Some real winners up there. I think Allie cared what people were giving H. I think Allie cared. I think Allie just was having a hard time controlling her 2 older children. When you live in an area like that and you allow your children to get out and socialize as much as Allie and her family allowed the children to, socialize, then believe it or not, the outside world will consume your children if you allow it. I don't, Cindy, I don't think so. I don't think H was, I ain't even sure H hit high school. If he hit high school yet. He's only 15 years old. He's maybe just hitting high school. Right, Robin, I agree. Allie should have filed charges today that Candace dropped him off with vapes in his pocket, but she would have denied giving them to him. She would have called him a thief. Everything's about the money. Absolutely. Everything's about the money. Everything's about the dollar. Also, JodiSue mentioned that she's just now coming out. Almost, it's 8.5 months later. We're heading almost into 9 months. And she's just now coming out to tell us this.
I asked them, where the last place they saw Summer was. I asked them, where the last place they saw Summer was. But what I was told was that the last place they seen Summer was at the swing set. And I was like, and then I asked how long that had been. And I get told 5-10 minutes. I immediately know that time's a, but I'm like, well, they're kids, and you know how time travel is different for children, right? So, pay no mind, but I do take the location seriously. But because they seem pretty well firm on theirs, as opposed to Candace, who doesn't, and it's so vague with her that, and the one part that felt different when I was talking to her, to where I just was like, whatever, she didn't have eyes on her at all, or something,
There you go. She said the boys told her the last place they saw Summer was at the swing. She also mentions right before this that the boys were all bent down as if they were looking at something on the ground. Why did she not get down to see what they were looking at? If Summer's missing, why didn't she say, hey, what you looking at there, and find out what they was looking at? Yeah, Candace actually made her own YouTube because she doesn't, she knows Benny and Cam and them are all making a ton of money off of her, the clicks, likes, and views, and she's tired of it. Absolutely, she started her own channel, make her own money. No one can fault her for that one. Yeah, she said that still don't know, I guess, what the boys were looking at on the ground. That's still a mystery. And if she does, she didn't share it with us. So she just says that they was acting peculiar and like they had got busted. And common sense would tell you to get down there and find out what they were looking upon on that ground. And YouTubers, Rita, YouTubers are not making a penny off of missing children. YouTubers make people support the YouTubers because the YouTubers work hard to bring everything out here to the public. They actually work super hard to get all of this together, the content together, to do, and the information and everything. and all of these pictures and so forth. They go and they literally do all the work to bring this out here for you to sit back in your chair while you're drinking your fucking soda, coffee, eating your little fucking Danish or your cake or whatever, and enjoying the hell out of it. Well, we work all fucking day to get it done. Okay? We bust our asses. At least PG does. And no, I don't ask for anything. But I'm going to tell you something. And they are paying for live streams. They are paying for apps. They are paying for all kinds of stuff to be able to bring this out here to you. Not to mention, their time is valuable. And they're taking the time away from everybody else in their life to bring this all to you. You pay to go see a movie, but you feel like they should bring all of this to you for free? You got me fucking bent. Your ass won't be sitting in here watching out for nothing. It's not about a missing child or whatever. It's about the work and all that people put into doing doing this. And then to hear this lady criticize, people, yeah, a lot of people are about the money when they keep asking and they put up Christmas wish list and all year round wish list or bring their problems out here to people and try to, pity party them into giving them some money or something, then I have a problem with it. But for the creators that don't ask for nothing, but, people humbly help and give to them to support what they're doing and so forth and so on. God bless those creators because it is a lot of work. It is a lot of everything. It's very mentally disturbing to do on these cases, especially on children. It is overwhelming. It's very overwhelming. Candace and Donald was all about the dollar. Absolutely all about the dollar. That's why they didn't. They wanted to shut up. They wanted to shut down. They wanted to forget about everything. And this was about 3 weeks into Summer's disappearance. And people started putting money on Cash Apps and started sending gift cards through the mail to different places. And Donald and Candace just didn't want to give up all this things that people were starting to give. And the next thing you know, there was quilts coming in up there and you name it, there was all kinds of things being delivered up there, good and bad. I mean, somebody sent some handcuffs and some people sent some bad things. You're going to jail type things. What did you do with your daughter type things? But there was a lot of people, sending good gifts and jewelry, quilts, all kinds of things, dishes, all kinds of things were coming up there. And Candace, was able to blow up the eBay and sites and everything and start selling a whole lot of it off. She was actually asking people if they wanted things she didn't like or didn't want, so on and so forth. She was giving away a lot of things, but she was also selling a lot of things that she could get the money out of, and keeping some of it if she liked it, but mostly getting rid of most of it for the money. I think it could have been Daltieri's daughter or granddaughter. I checked her Facebook out today, and she has a granddaughter that fits the description of the child in the hotel room. I can't swear upon that because the child does have a hoodie over its head, and I can't get a real clear view. But I did see she does have a granddaughter that did fit that child's description. Now, was it her granddaughter? I don't know. I heard it was. Through the grapevine, I heard it was. Word is, it was her granddaughter. I don't know. There's an argument about somebody being a mod for Molly Go Lightly. I love Molly, to be honest with you. I think she has really worked hard for Summer. I really do. And a lot of other children. And she works super hard to give to charity for children. So I absolutely I love Molly. Oh, there's my sweet Norway.
Hello, my beautiful sister.
How are you doing today? God bless you. Oh, there's my sweet Norway.
Hello, my beautiful sister. Are you there?
How are you doing? Yes. You didn't click out of the other YouTube.
Oh no. It's okay now.
Yes.
Yes. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Yes, it's the same. How about your children? Are they fine?
Oh yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's good. They are in
Thank
good
you.
health.
I so appreciate you asking.
Yes. I am wondering, are all your 4 children with good health? They don't have any allergies or sick or anything?
Well, they do deal with some allergies here and there.
Yeah.
As all children do.
Yeah, as all children
you gotta
do, yes.
you gotta stay away from this or you gotta stay away from that. But overall, I could say, yes, they're very
That's good.
Thank
That's
God.
so important to have healthy
Yes.
children, yes.
Exactly.
That's good. Amen for that, prayer garden.
Right.
You know why I love your children, even if I don't have seen them? Because they give their mother to us for listen to. Not many children will do that so many hours in the day. They will, many children, they are not so in today's world. The children are the boss in many homes. So I understand you have a good children.
Oh yeah, my kids are beautiful. They're absolutely awesome and very good kids. Matter of fact, last night I was a little upset when I got off the live, and I wasn't much happier this morning about everything. And my kids looked at me and they said, "Mom, you're not doing it for the Wells. You're doing it for Summer." And and
they understand this, yes.
You're fighting for her and you got to keep fighting. And I told them, I was like, you sound just like my chat. And they're like, they're like, well, they're right. You need to keep fighting. You cannot
They really say that. They are so beautiful.
Right. They were like,
many
you cannot
children
let that woman make you upset and
No,
right,
that's true.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you're not doing it. It ain't about that. You know, and they're right.
You know,
Absolutely right.
yeah, it's so seldom to hear that children in a teenager, I don't know how old, but that they care about others so much. So it's so beautiful to listen to. But they
My
have a beautiful mother, so
my children, we go to church every day. They hear me pray
yes,
for Summer,
yes,
and they pray as well. They pray as well. Um, and they want, they want her found. They want justice just as bad as I do.
yeah,
You know, and they think it's a terrible thing. That you know, and sometimes they'll ask me, um, is she going to be found? As if I know.
yeah, yeah.
And, I tell them, yes, I believe so. I absolutely believe so. Um, because we got a big God and a powerful God and,
Yeah,
beautiful, um, Lord and Savior. And we have beautiful angels that's all over the earth watching over everyone. And absolutely, I truly do believe we are going to find her. And I truly believe, that we're going to get justice for what happened to her. Absolutely. Yes, I do. And,
um, this
and
this
I'm,
this girl have really stole your heart because you have been there since day one, since I listened to you in Sigis. Now I never go to that channel. This channel is for teenagers, I think. Only I don't know, but you have been there, and I thinking many times to myself, oh my God, she must be so tired.
many times I am very tired. I'm very tired, but, you know, I can't let go.
No,
And, I can't. And my kids are right, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I felt like I'm feeding the devil, like Benny
yeah,
Keys and
I
and
know.
and and Candace and these people, Cams and Alleys, all these people, using Summer's name for um
It's only for views and click and money. It's
absolutely.
nothing
And
else.
and I feel like, sometimes, you know, but you know what? Um and this came out of, one of my children's mouths. Mom, even if you shut down, it ain't going to shut them down. They're still going to keep doing
That's
what they're
true.
doing, and you just, and then Summer's name ain't going to be out there, and nobody keeping her in the spotlight, nobody fighting for her. And
Oh,
then how are we going to ever find her and get justice and everything for her? Isn't that
oh
what
my
you're,
God, what an angel's child you have.
and
That's
yes, I didn't hear that, because yes, that is what I'm about. It is
yeah.
exactly what I'm about. And
Yes.
you know what? And no, I can't shut down. I can't. I thought that
Mm.
maybe if I closed down, then it would shut them people down, and
No,
they
it
would
would
go
never.
away, and they couldn't do nothing anymore. But no, I'm not, I'm not. I'm keeping Summer alive. Not
Yeah.
this case. I'm keeping Summer alive, and the only one that seems to be doing it,
Do you
you
know
know.
you are the only one left? When I say that, I say they are talking about her, but in the wrong way for views and click and money. But
Right.
you are actually the only one. Before Tiffany Maria also, remember her, that is also finished. I don't say total finish because Tiffany Maria, she was good, but they love drama, they love action, and I don't understand how we can lose a child and people can start acting like animals. like
Right.
animals, crazy.
Right. Arguing, fighting, carrying
Yeah,
on. You know, I you know, I do what I have to do to
yeah,
keep to keep the haters and the evilness away
yeah,
from off my back.
yeah,
You know, sometimes you have to fight fire. If it's somebody picking at me, um, and there's a lot picking. You know, there's a lot
very
picking, and I
much.
know, and PG's not an idiot. I know why people pick at you. I understand precisely why people pick at us creators. And you know, there's some of them that ain't worth my damn time or my trouble, and I'm not going to blow up at, every turn or cost. But there's some that, you know what,
Yeah.
I know that, I pick and choose my fights wisely.
Yes.
And, I know that there's some, if you don't shut them down immediately, they're going to keep picking at you.
Yeah,
And I'll
because you
be
are new
damned if
in
I
this.
put up with that.
I
Exactly.
saw in the beginning, you are new, like me too. I have only used my computer in this case because but you are new in this and you get bombarded with bullshit. And of course, you stand up for yourself. But then you say, no, I don't want to sink to their level. So you have to pick and choose your fights. If not, it will destroy your heart. You will be sick.
Right. Absolutely.
But, and also what I love was, I always felt like since I am so sick or blah, 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 I have always felt since I have lost so much in my life, maybe I'm not good for God. Maybe I do something wrong. But you say something, you have so much wise to say. And one day, one woman called you here on the panel, and she started talking about fruit, and you was she was giving you fruit, and you have to answer. And I don't know what she was talking about, a Christian, and you was not like a Christian. You was swearing, and you say to her, "I am the new kind of Christian," and then she get crazy. But you say, I am not the one who let every people drive over me. And you know what? Uh, I love that. And the other thing I love is when you say, when you go to church, I love church. I miss church, but I don't have nobody to go with because I don't know. I feel I just isolate myself. And many times, you know what? I don't want to go. Many people are coming, the older woman, to tell me how I should go with my clothes, how is this, and they sending the collect, the money around. And every time I am start shaking because I don't have much money, and maybe the people next to me is giving a lot of money. So, but I
If
know
they
it's
if they pass the vessel through the Lord's house, you don't need to be sitting in there anyway.
no,
You know, the Bible even says, "Don't pass the vessel through the Lord's house." That means do not pass a plate through the Lord's house. That plate, there's supposed to be a box in the back of the church or the front for if you want to give, give. If you don't. But you're not supposed to
no,
pass a vessel through the Lord's house. And you know, um, I won't pass a vessel. And if I go to a church where they're passing it, then I don't go back because you're not supposed to do that. Don't
no,
hand
I
me that
don't
plate.
like that.
Yeah. It's like, don't even hand that plate to me because I'm not getting in trouble for that one. I'm in enough
No,
trouble as it is, PG. Everybody knows about me. And, God ain't going to ask me about nobody but me. And therefore, there's some things I just ain't going to have on my back because I've already got enough.
yeah,
So that's what I'm talking about. And yeah, you don't need to even go. I'm going to tell you, There's people at church every week. Matter of fact, twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. I think they're there Wednesdays, they're there on Sunday and Sunday night. And, they're there 3 times a week to see and be seen. And
Exactly. Amen.
exactly. And
Yeah.
something,
And they're hiding behind that.
well, in the Bible, they used to go to church once a year. Once a year, they go to church.
Yeah.
And, and speak with the Lord, talk with the Lord. And the rest of the year, what do those people do? What they did is they went home and they followed God's rules and they followed what God told them to do. And they kept, with God. And they didn't have a problem doing it for a whole year before they went to church. So why do I need to go to church every Sunday? Why do I don't go there to see and be seen. When I go to church, I go there to congregate with the people like myself and to hear the word of the Lord. I want to hear him preaching for souls, not for money, because that's what you're supposed to be doing. I don't like churches that turn the stage into a concert. They want to play music. That ain't why I'm there. I think that, what happened to all the people stand together, sing a few hymns, greet one another, hear the preaching, singing a couple more hymns, and they all leave together. Church is supposed to be a we thing, not a me thing. I'm not there for a concert. I'm not there, to see or be seen. And I'm not sure in the hell not there. I want to, like I said, I want to hear somebody preaching for souls, not the dollar. If you're going to pass the plate 4 or 5 times, I got to go. And that's just crazy because I know, that ain't going to get me into heaven. It ain't getting nobody sitting in that church into heaven. Trust and believe. It don't matter how much you put in that plate because you cannot buy your way to heaven. There's only one way, and that's through God's Son, Jesus Christ. Yes. And it's through the grace of God that you're going to heaven. Nothing else. It's the grace and his mercy by sending his Son here so you could get everlasting life. That's it.
Thank you so much. I really needed this. You are you thinking like you are you speaking like an angel. I have never met anybody who is talking exactly how I feel, and I am so happy when you talk to God for me because I feel so after relaxed. Then I'm thinking, okay, maybe I do things right because it's exactly how I feel, how you say.
Exactly.
And thank you so much, Prayer Garden. You don't know how it's so important because that is, the people we have left. That is the only way we can meet them again. That is to try to live good.
The only way we're going to get to heaven is by truly loving God Almighty and knowing he loves us.
But
that's how we're going to get there.
Yeah, but I also try to tell my children and other people. Many people only pray when they are afraid. We also must not forget to thank. So every day I try to thank Jesus first, and then I ask for prayers to look after me and my children and everybody.
Absolutely. And
we have to thank him.
When you open your eyes in the morning, you should say good morning to your Father first, and that's God in heaven. You should say good morning to them in heaven and thank him for this day that he led you through the night. He woke you up. He gave you another day to do what you need to get done.
True.
And you should be very thankful. He should be the first thing on your mind and the last thing on your mind before you go to sleep.
You are so good, Prayer Garden. I don't know how you do it. I wish I was like you because many times I don't forget him, but I will be honest with you. Sometimes I think maybe he don't exist.
Oh, don't think that. He exists.
Not like I believe in him always, but I am a little scared I am thinking maybe I am crazy who is believing because we can see him, we can touch him. Just a
You can,
little, but I know
you
that
know,
is Satan work.
people say, you know, tell. I hear a lot of people tell PG, well, how come I can't see God? Blessed is those who cannot see but still believe. You can't see air either, but you're breathing it, right? And
Yeah,
here's the thing is, you know, what people don't understand is I see God every day. I see God every day. When you look outside, you see his art everywhere, his grass, his trees, his
yeah,
animals. You see God every single
yeah,
day. The people around you, look in the mirror. You saw
yeah.
God. You saw God today. You saw God every
That's
day.
true.
You see God. You just don't realize it. You just don't realize how much you
That
do
is
see
a
God.
very good example. You
Absolutely.
know, you are so good to preach. You are so good. You are like so intelligent when you
Yeah.
try to preach. Yeah, I
I
am
wanted
sure.
to be a preacher, but
Yeah,
I had a
you.
dream and
Yeah, you
God,
should have been.
yeah, I had a dream. God said no. PG ain't allowed to preach.
Ah,
I can
yeah, you
spread
are
his
like a
word.
preach.
I can
I
spread his
listen to you
word to the
sometimes.
people around me and the people I love and so forth, but he said there's nothing wrong with me talking to people like I'm talking to you, but I
No,
cannot be a preacher. I'm not allowed.
but I am sure you are one of his. He used you to talk to
Oh,
people. I am
absolutely.
sure. I am sure of
Absolutely.
that.
I know I'm his vessel. Absolutely, I'm his
How
vessel.
can you touch somebody in Norway through a computer? No, I know that for sure. That also one reason I listen to you. That and of course summer and sometimes I want to take break because I have some start psychologisk with my case, but then I try to change it and thinking it's like a therapy because in this channel we are like a family. We are coming together.
Absolutely. We are a
Yeah,
family and a beautiful family.
yeah,
And we don't judge one another. You know, we don't judge one another. We agree to disagree. We love each other
yes,
at the end of the day. You know, we pray for one another. We are beautiful. We are absolutely beautiful.
yes,
And you know, God brought us together, you know, um through this beautiful 5-year-old missing little girl. He has brought us together to be her army. He's picked us to be her army
that's
and
true.
to march forward and keep her name alive and to do everything we can to find her, to bring her home, and to get justice for her. And I am sure with as many prayers right now, 405 prayers could go up to God's ears
Yeah,
and touch them. 405 prayers are in this chat right now. 411 just came in. And
yeah, but
411 prayers touching God's ears, he
yeah,
definitely is going to hear because you know it says it's just two. Two.
yeah,
If two agree in my name upon
yes,
anything, upon anything, I will be in the midst, and whatever they agree upon, it shall be done. It doesn't say it, you know, it might be done or it won't be done. It says it shall be done. That means it will
yeah,
be done.
yeah,
And, you know, just two people agreeing that Summer's found and we get justice, it will be done. Now, it will be done on God's time, not ours. But, you
yeah,
know, God works pretty fast, to be honest with you. He works
yeah,
very fast. And, you know, I personally agree. If there's anyone else in this chat agreeing, it will be done. You know,
yeah,
I truly believe in God Almighty. I truly believe that people can be healed. They can be, you know, found when, you know, Jesus is always right on time. Right on time. God's
yes,
right on time. You pray for something and you truly believe and trust me, it will come. It will come and you will see the power of God Almighty in your life. You know,
yeah.
people that
That's
truly believe in God, they want for nothing because they know they have everything. Everything.
yeah. And people like Candace and Don who are using God's name, this I believe get a place with Satan. This is
Absolutely.
very, very bad thing to do.
Oh, there's a special place in hell for a lot
Yeah,
of people.
because they're
For a lot
abusing
of
God's
people.
name.
Because they do evil. They do
Yeah,
evil, and they do use the Lord's name to slide that foot through the door or
Ali was
to.
shocked. She say, Chris McDonough said, did you know he was Christian? Ali said, what? Christian? And she didn't lie. I could see she didn't lie. She was shocked. No, I didn't know. So it's everything, it's a lie. Maybe they go 1 or 2 times, but no. She is sitting in the church and sleeping. But
Right. She goes to
after,
church and she goes to sleep.
oh my God.
Can you
I
believe that?
looked, no, I looked at the picture last night of the child. I'm starting to wonder if this world is going crazy.
Did you hear JodiSue say that Summers was last seen at the swing?
Yes, I heard that.
I
I
She
heard
was,
that.
and
Yeah.
8.5 months later, she's coming out to tell us that she was seen at a swing. Why didn't you tell us that before, JodiSue? Eight and a
But
half
she
months
has said
later.
so many things.
Yeah,
Why
and
don't the
because we
police?
don't know what to believe anymore and what not to believe because so much shit has been said that,
Exactly.
Candace says I put her in the house and, told the boys to watch. Well, she didn't tell the boys. She told the middle boy to watch Summer. And the middle boy says Summer asked him to go to the basement with her, and he declined. I hear the boys did say that she went back out the back door, which would be the door Candace put her in. They
Yeah.
call the back door the door upstairs. They call
Upstairs,
the
yeah.
basement door the basement door. They
Yeah.
don't call the basement door the back door. It's the basement door. The back
Yes.
door is back in the boys' bedroom where Candace put Summer into the house. And because I've heard Donald refer to it as the back door
Yeah.
himself when I was talking with him.
Ah, I have to say something before I forget. I have you are my number 1 favorite, but number 2 is Michelle
After
from
dark.
England,
Oh
and
yeah.
after dark, and she have, I think, maybe 4 or 5 times shout you out. You know this?
Oh, God bless her. God
Oh,
bless
she
her.
have shout you out. She always say, "I want to send people to Prayer Gardens channel. Here is," and she make it like your number link, and she say, "This one I want to give credit to Prayer Garden." I am sorry to interrupt you, but I find that very good because she's the
Oh,
only
absolutely.
normal.
Oh no, I am thankful for the company up here. I've been putting links out
Yeah,
all night. I can't get nobody to come up and spend some time with me. I love people up on panel, and I don't get
yeah.
nobody here lately, so I'm feeling kind of lonely.
No, that's true.
Yeah,
That's why I was thinking I want, because it's so important to. It's lonely to sit every night and depression to talk about this every night.
absolutely, and it helps a lot when people
Um,
come up on panel and
yeah, it
and
does.
kind of support Summer and support
Yeah,
everything as well. And that's why I have open panel, so people can,
yeah,
because I know this case is frustrating, and sometimes it just helps to come upon panel and just get what you're thinking out there,
yeah.
and give yourself a little bit of peace and comfort.
Yes.
um
Michelle After Dark, she is good, I like her.
Prairie Justice. I remember everyone laughing about Molly Golightly's something on here. Nobody laughs at Molly. None of us. Okay, sweetheart, I'll bring you up on panel if you want to close your camera. If you want to close your camera, I'll bring you up. Well, or you can leave it open. How you doing, sweetheart? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Pick L8 me. Did you want to say something? You're on live stream, hon. I can't hear you. I could hear you before. Something's wrong with your sound. Hello? I have her.
Yeah.
Hello? I don't know what happened. Maybe she could grab another link and come back again.
Yeah.
I lost her.
Yes.
I could hear her at first, and then I couldn't hear nothing.
No.
She was doing real good at the start.
Yeah. What did you say about Molly Golightly?
I've always liked Molly Golightly. I haven't ever said anything about her.
No, you have always talked good.
I don't know what Parade is talking about, but she must have us confused with another channel.
Yeah.
Because I've always backed Molly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I also like Molly, but of course, Molly is Molly. But I love because she fighting for children, and I like it when they go down there, but I don't know, maybe a little bit too much. I don't know, but I like her. I sometimes watch her, and I think she's doing a lot of good things for children. So, yeah.
And that is absolutely right, Angel. I am the only one allowed to pick on Ziggy. I better not hear nobody picking on Ziggy but me.
No.
Ziggy's like a little sister. I'm the only one allowed to pick on her is PG.
Yeah, I hope you're doing fine now.
Yeah, I ain't got no problems with Ziggy.
Life is too short. Life is too short. So, but I saw Candace, now she have starting her on YouTube. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah,
But
I think it's awesome.
Yeah, because banning keys, as you say, and chasing, cracking cases, they are taking all the money.
Exactly.
So now they will lose their piggy bank. And that can be a good work for her because she don't have any work. But when I see that smile of happiness, I get cold, I get chills. You know, she's smiling like, what
Nothing
can I say?
happened.
Yeah, like she won the lottery or something. She's just so happy.
Right.
And I'm thinking, oh my God, I think, and why haven't she talked for 8 months? Now we know. I think it was maybe the Don did stop her because she starts sleeping a little bit. And I think if she continue this YouTube, she will slip because I don't say she have a brain damage, but there is something wrong. Not yeah. So I think she will slip to say something. Not the whole case, but I think Don, he is more like he remember to shut up, but she forget what she have said.
Right. Donald tried to keep Candace, Candace muzzled, and Benny Keys and Cam and them trying to keep Candace muzzled, and they want to keep her muzzled, so they can continue to use her. Well, she's no longer going to be used by these people.
No.
Candace is not their puppet. She is no longer going to be their puppet. Candace has come out, and she's starting to, she's going to show them. She just cut the strings off of them. She cut the strings for them now. And Donald getting put in jail, cut some strings. Her starting up this YouTube, just cut all the rest of the strings.
Yeah.
And, Candace, I commend her for being, for standing up for herself, for having the strength and the courage and and all the things she needs to just cut these people off and to come out here and to talk to us the way that, she should have been talking to everybody from the beginning. That's, that's where PG's at with it. Absolutely. And, I am 100% behind Candace coming out here and her YouTube. And like I said, I don't care if she just wants to sing a song. I don't care if she wants to come out and, tell everybody, hey, how are you doing? One thing and another. God bless you, Candace. It's about time that you put Benny Keys in his place and quit letting him treat you like you're a special ed kid. And Cam and Allie acting like, you wasn't welcome upon their panel the other night. They couldn't wait to get rid of you. Benny comes up and scares the life out of the chair. I mean,
and I also saw, did you see Cam when she started talking about she wasn't in love with Don? He was starting all acting all.
And absolutely, and and she's right. You can love someone but not be in love with them. That is a thing. Absolutely.
That is a very big
Candace
thing.
should just absolutely. And I think that she come out here. She should talk. She should just be her. Be who she is. Quit being a puppet on a string for these people. Quit letting them use you. It's about time, Candace, that you grabbed your absolutely. It is time for you to grab your independence and your strength and your courage and all the things that you should have had long before now, and come out here. I mean, if you want to come out here and talk about it's your daughter, not Benny's, not any of their daughter. It's your daughter. Come out here, talk about her, tell us what you think about her. I've been trying to get Candace to do that from day one. That's why I'm upset with her. That's why, I'm upset with her.
But maybe you have to realize it was Don who did stop her.
I know it was Don stopping her, and I know it was Benny Keys stopping her. Absolutely.
Yeah, Benny. Can I ask you something? What I have been thinking of many times. Do you think inside that Benny know that Candace have done something to that girl? I think so.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, sweetie.
I think that Benny and cracking cases inside know that Candace have done something to Little Summer. I don't think they believe she's totally innocent.
I think a blind man could see that, can see that, yes, absolutely. In my opinion, and there's nothing going to change my opinion because, PG was there very early on in this, and also PG, I have followed this case to the T, the T, and I have had inside connection the whole time. And I'm going to tell you now, absolutely a blind man can see that, whatever happened to Summer, Candace and Grandis Absolutely. And especially Candace knows 100% what
Yeah.
happened to Summer, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I listened to law enforcement, and it's the second that Ronnie Lawson came out and said, there is no signs of an abduction.
No.
I'm going to tell you something. I already, that's something that PG already
Yeah.
figured anyway. I figured that from the get. I mean,
Yes.
just the way that family was acting, the things they were
Mhm.
doing,
And
some
you was there in all the beginning when they
absolutely
should have been total in shock and panic
right. I mean, it
but
didn't take me long to figure out that
no.
these people are not God-fearing people. They are not
Yeah.
true Bible thumping, pew jumping humans at all. They are so far away from thumping the Bible and jumping pews that they
Yeah.
couldn't get no farther away. Donald's the closest thing to it. And you tell me how close you felt that is, because it ain't very
That's
close.
what I mean. He is dangerous because he's
Absolutely.
very good to using the Bible.
Absolutely.
And
And
when
I'm telling
he talking, oh poor me, he's talking like he is so good manipulator.
absolutely. And he definitely used the Bible.
Yeah.
Donald used the Bible to try to pull the wool over people's eyes and to get sympathy and pity, and when he tried to get you to believe the lies
Yeah.
and be damned. And
Yeah.
and I'm not going to lie, he did a pretty good job of it there at the
Yeah.
beginning.
He did.
I can't, I got to give the man props there. They done a pretty. Candace didn't ever
Yeah.
do a good job. I mean, this woman screaming in the background and cussing and carrying on and
Yeah.
acting. Oh Lord, the drinking. I was like right off. Whoa, this man ain't got a good wife at all. But Donald tried to keep up the. He tried to keep up the facade, and
Facade, yeah.
he tried to keep it going. And even he dropped the ball at the point where he called Mary. And then, and then it's like, whoa, both of these guys have mental issues here. There's
Yeah.
something seriously wrong. And then when I hear him come out and using a yellow card that he knew already had been wiped off the list and
Yes.
nothing to it, to, just get the focus off of him and Candace that night, I was like, damn, they, you mother freakers, definitely, y'all, in my opinion, you're guilty as hell.
Yeah.
You're guilty as hell, because nobody does what you're doing with a true missing child. And
No.
from there, I just watch more carefully, and I just more and more and more, God let me know, you're right, PG. You're right. These people are fucking
Evil.
terrible.
They
They're
are
terrible.
evil.
They don't want to talk about and when Candace told me, I said, go to that fair, take flyers, reach all these people, look around, maybe, and I'm still giving these people I'm still like trying to support these people to the, maybe they didn't do it. I'm still trying to give them some room to show me something. And, and what did she show me? No, sissy, no, sissy. It's not about her. It's your dog. What? I mean, in all honesty, I promise you, my mouth dropped. My eyes got big. I was like, what the fuck did you just say? It's not about her. It's all about her. This is your fucking daughter. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? How the hell does a mom say something like that? Right there, I was just so done. I'm so done with Candace. I couldn't be no more done with her. And then,
No.
Donald comes out and says about this man across the road. I'm gonna go over there and visit him. I think he stole my daughter. He did something to my daughter, talking about Andy. And then he has this nerve to tell me. I said, well, do you know him? No, he don't know him. You know, they're just some neighbors. He don't really know him. And then I find out they're like best fucking buddies. And that right there severed the ties for good. I was like, you know what? That's when I didn't want to talk with him no more. I didn't want nothing to do with that family no more. I was like, you know what? People really need to know about you cocksuckers. They really need to know what kind of bastards you really are. And I went all over the place trying to get creators to let me up.
Yes.
No, they were blocking me, knocking me out, treating me. As soon as I walked in, I got treated like trash. And until I hit Ziggy. And I was very grateful that Ziggy gave me a voice. Absolutely. You know, I was ecstatic, you know, very thankful that she gave me a voice. But then she started, letting these people attack me and be mean to me. And then she promised me I would be able to talk and get some stuff out about Summer. And then, you know, I come up on the panel, let PG up here. And then the next thing I know, you know, she would close that little thing. Actually this thing right here. And then she would when I came back, they'd be 5, 6 other people up there with me attacking me. I couldn't get nothing out. And it was just for the clicks, likes, the views. She was using the hell out of me by letting people abuse me. And I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm just so done.
You have really fight for these childs. You tried every place and they blocked you, and finally you come to Siggy.
And I didn't know how to open a YouTube up myself. I had no idea how you did all of this stuff. I mean, yeah, I had a YouTube and I did know how to upload a little video or something that I put together. But I didn't know how to come live like this and do what I'm doing now. And I had a good friend, a gentleman that, you know, that and a really good friend of mine. And he said, hey, I'll help you out there. And he spent night after night after night, you know, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning with me, so I could do what I'm doing now. And he actually taught me to run this myself. And even now he still helps me here and there. And you know, and I am so grateful for that. Absolutely. I am grateful, you know, that he allowed me to, you know, I thank God that God allowed me to be here and to, you know, and to keep Summer's name alive and to keep fighting for justice and, you know, for her and to find her and to bring her home. And, you know, I really tried hard, you know, to touch Donald's heart and try to get Donald to come forth for his daughter. And I mean, I begged and pleaded with this man, please do the right thing for your daughter, please. And, you know, every time I thought that, you know, and I could tell I did get to him, and Candace would harden his ass back up, or Benny or somebody, you know, would harden him back up. And there at the end, like I told Donald, I said, listen, like I told Donald, listen, I have no idea who this is. I got somebody trying to come up on panel. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
How's it going? Hello? 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 I can't hear you. You're talking, but I can't hear you. There's something wrong with your phone. The microphone on your phone could be out. I can't hear you. I don't know what the fuck she's doing. So that's kind of weird. Anyway,
You're so patient with everybody.
sometimes
You
I
all,
don't have patience. I don't know what all that she was doing. I'm like, I can't sit there and watch all of that for I don't know how long. She was poking at something. I don't know what phone or something, but
yeah.
she's come back. I can't hear you. Hello? I'm coming through your speaker. I was. That's frustrating me.
Yeah.
I'm having issues. Anyway, yeah, I tried to get Donald to come forth and tell where Summer was. And there
Yes.
as I was saying, there at the end, I promise you he became just like Benny Keys and them. Just as evil, just as bad, just as mean.
Yeah.
It's almost like I don't even know where Donald was anymore.
It's,
The Donald I was talking to, the one trying to get right with God, the one that wanted a better life, was gone. I mean, it was pure evilness, and to the point that I didn't even want to speak or talk to him any longer.
mm,
You know,
he just became worse and worse, you feel.
they drug him into the pit. They drug him back into the
Yeah.
pit. The
Yeah.
the pit of hell,
Yeah.
along with them. And I'm sure they were glad to have him back. Candace really did a good job with Benny pulling him back into the pits of hell.
Yeah.
With them, and that's just
He is also one evil person, and he is getting divorced over this. It's terrible.
What makes it harder to solve this case? What is making it harder to solve this case? And does YouTube help gain traction to get it solved? Absolutely, YouTube does
Yes.
help solve cases, and I'll tell you why. Because they keep the case alive, and they keep law enforcement feeling like they have to work, because you got so many people that's going to raise hell and show up, like the motorcycle gangs, the motorbikers for children, protesters. You're going to have a lot of problems if you do not do something and get something done with this case. Case is far from over. I know a lot of people feel like they're letting it run cold or something, but this case is not ran cold at all. It has not ran cold at all. A lot of people are backing off a little bit right now. They are backing off of it a little bit, other creators, because they feel like there's other children needing some attention and so forth. And I understand that, because I did a little thing for the missing girl in Kentucky, and I can't believe I forgot her name all so fast. Serenity.
Yeah.
And I keep wanting to call her Selena. I don't know why, but it's Serenity. And anyhow, I did something for her. Her dad is a mess. Her biological father is a mess.
Yeah.
And
But the mother is evil as hell.
the
She
mother
didn't
and her
even
boyfriend was evil
and
as
the
hell.
boyfriend is so evil.
And I like to know exactly what killed this little girl. I would like to know
Yeah.
exactly what killed her.
Yeah.
Can we hear you now, sweetheart? You're muted. You're muted. You got to push the microphone. Push. Yeah.
Hello, Prayer
Hello.
Garden. And
Hello.
Finally.
yes, and I'm so grateful for your patience, and I beg your pardon.
Now, God bless. Boy, it's beautiful in your background there.
Yes, I'm in Australia,
Oh, God bless you. God bless you.
so it's good afternoon from here.
Oh, well, it's good evening here.
I didn't want to interrupt. I'm so sorry it took me so long.
Oh, no problem at all. How long you been following Summer's case?
Since about July 15th.
What do you think about everything?
Thank you so much for asking. I am at first, I was all let's get Don, and I was a bit not sure about Candace, and you know how easy it is for us all to get carried away in chat about, setting people on fire without any proof, etc. And then since then I've sat back and watched the boys being taken and the house being done up, and I've even equivocated, Prayer Garden, about is this whole thing a hoax? And when the Tim Mullins man arrived, and then BK turned from like Satan himself to I'm the nicest guy,
Mm-hmm.
I just sort of got the feeling that whenever anything went quiet, then there'd be a new character that turned up.
Absolutely.
So I haven't
Absolutely.
answered you, but I think we're all on a learning journey. And my consideration now is, like you've just said, it is possible that Candace has nothing to do with this. What do you think?
It's
No,
possible. It's
I don't
possible that
think
she had
so.
nothing to do with this.
It's impossible that she has nothing to do with
Yeah,
it
it's
because
impossible.
she
All
was the
right.
last one.
She
No matter how.
absolutely, Summer was
Yeah.
absolutely in Candace's care at the time that Summer came up missing. So if
As far as
anybody
we
would know,
yeah.
is
Yeah, as far as we know.
yeah,
But
I'm sure law enforcement. Here's my thing: if Donald and Candace and Grandis, well, especially Candace and Grandis, was not guilty. I mean, if they truly passed the lie detectors test and everything went the way it's supposed to, law enforcement would not have called foul play. And on December the 15th, foul play was called, which means they're looking at Candace, at the parents. They're looking
yeah.
at 110 Ben Hill Road. So that means they got a suspect within the family that their suspicion is upon. Now,
Yes.
Ronnie Lawson said, there is no signs of an abduction up there. No signs. And basically he's just like, which means whatsoever. There's no signs. And that means that, that didn't happen. Just like JodiSue's unfounded scream. And, nobody seemed to hear it. I mean, you could hear the dogs on the corner bark all over the damn place, but you can't hear a person scream all over the place. That don't make no sense. That's a lie. And more people would have heard it. If it happened, more people would have heard it. Ronnie Lawson knows that would have been the case. And therefore, that's why they called it unfounded, because they know that there's lots of other people inside of that community that would have heard something and they didn't hear nothing. So it was unfounded because it was believed to be on truth.
Do you mean like it was a cover-up? That still doesn't mean that
Absol-
Candace had anything to do with it.
Well, absolutely.
You know, I was just, the case of little monkey. The parents, the next day, the police said, get out, and said the parents have nothing to do with it.
Yes.
The next
Good
day.
point.
And now we
I
have
wanna-
gone 9 months.
I want to ask you, why do you believe Candace? Why do you believe she didn't have anything to do with it?
No, it's not that. It's just that I understand that she's had one of the worst childhoods and even had to work in the carnival to keep herself alive. Had the sister go missing.
She chose to work in a carnival to keep. Now let me tell you how I feel about bad childhoods.
Mm.
Let me tell you how I feel about a bad childhood. I personally come from a family of hell, pure hell. I think Candace had a way better childhood than I did. And let me tell you
Me
something.
too.
But when I became an adult, which is old enough to get the hell out of your parents' house,
Yeah.
I could no longer blame my childhood for who and what I became in this life, right? No, it's no longer, I'm no longer a child. Now I'm a responsible adult. And you know something? I have children. I take care of my children. I do what I need to do. I pay my bills, you know.
May I continue? And I hear you. After whatever time she left, the hideous family or whatever, it seemed that she ended up barefoot and pregnant and giving away children or having them taken, and maybe drugs, and maybe didn't fit into society.
She ended up with a husband.
She didn't look pretty. And I just think that because in America we have to say not guilty yet.
She ended up with a husband and 2 children.
Maybe she's not guilty.
Well, I'm going to tell you, that's like saying she's not guilty of, the abuse of her 2 children that she had and was responsible for and failed to protect. And let's blame her bad childhood for, the fact that her son will not ever have a life, period, a normal life.
She didn't do that to him. It was the partner.
Oh, you can say the partner, but you wasn't there, so you do not know who did it, right?
We don't know who did it.
We don't know who did that.
Nobody knows.
But she'd have there'd be some record of her bashing or mutilating the child.
They would be no more record of her bashing the child as the partner, and there's no record of the partner doing it as well.
I am sorry.
Right.
Can I
So
just
maybe
say
none of
something?
it's true.
Oh, it's absolutely true. The little boy is destroyed for the rest of his life.
Maybe I can say something to you. You know what I'm tired of? Everybody is now blaming on their childhood. I can even talk. Yeah, that's the new, and it's a new thing to do.
Well,
They're
and I
blaming
also
it on the childhood.
Look,
but I will tell you something.
Yes.
My childhood, I cannot even talk because what my father did, not every other day, but every day, from I was little till I was 13, 14 and pregnant. Enough of that. But I have never laid a hand on my 3 daughters, now 2.
I'm not
That
giving
is
her an
excuse, and we cannot make an excuse. And to work at the carnival,
yes,
if she want to work at the carnival, she acts like a clown.
She would have been hard to employ otherwise. And I think she did work at a laundromat. What do you call them?
Yeah. Why is that so hard? I have worked with cleaning.
Well, we don't compare her experience to ourselves. If that's the only way we make decisions.
What experience?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what experience she had. Okay, her mother ran off. With.
But she have a nice father
when she was a child, and she had an excellent dad that stayed behind and took care of his 3 daughters.
Yeah.
And Candace got, the daughter that stayed behind and took care of Jeannie, the one that stayed behind and took care of the dad until he passed away. acted as the parent once
No,
the mom took off.
No. I think the father only passed away recently, don't you think?
Absolutely. And what I'm saying is his daughter, Jeannie, stayed behind and took care of him until he did. Yes? And
Oh, well,
Candace,
I don't know.
and
Was he
Candace
sick?
ran, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, she didn't have a bad childhood. She had a sister that took, you know, stepped in and cleaned the house and took care of everything, and a dad that paid for everything. And she got to lay around there and go to school and do whatever she wanted to do. And
Yeah.
Rose the same way. And you
But
know, what's
I know
hard
you're
about
going to
that
mention
childhood?
Rose now, aren't you? Because that's devastating.
What's hard about that childhood? What's hard?
That uncle, her mother's brother. Look at that thing.
And that thing wasn't around her because the mother took off.
But he might have been friends with her father.
I know. I don't think so. Her father raised them girls, and
Rose
I don't think so. I don't think I don't think the dad had, and not only that, but the uncle ended up in prison.
It's only so much we can base our opinions on.
Just really getting out, you know. No, you know, I'm not going to sit there and spectate and speculate and all this and that about Candace Wells.
I'm just trying to say it is possible that Candace was set up.
Everything is possible. That I will agree with you. Everything is possible. But what I can say, Prayer Garden have been inside this mind for so long time. And she will never.
If Candace had nothing to do with her daughter's disappearance, then she wouldn't need. Then Donald wouldn't be telling her that I'm protecting you all the time. She wouldn't have came out today and said she has 2 best friends. Who are those 2 best friends? Donald and Candace, the 2 people that has protected her and hasn't told what exactly happened.
He also
and she thanks them, and she thanks them very much for having her back. And did you also listen to her say that if she could bring Summer back alive,
of course,
and well, you know, let me tell you something.
Said, I've got
if you could bring, how do you know she's dead, Candace? How do you know she's dead? What do you mean, if you could bring her back alive and well? How do you know she's dead?
Her sister.
3 days after she was gone, they say we see her
how much
in
faith
the
can a
resurrection.
You know, how much faith do you expect her to have?
What faith?
How much faith would you have if it was your daughter?
I have not had a life like hers.
Well, you know, what I'm saying is, I don't want to.
Are you saying?
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I had a worse life, I'm sure. And let me tell you something. I keep faith. And I wouldn't be sitting around talking as if your child is, you know, deceased when you don't know if it is or not. There you go.
I'm not challenging you.
Obviously, it sounds as if you are.
No, I'm not. And I beg your pardon. If my
you know, over here we do, and I respect your opinion.
No, I'm not challenging you, and you did ask me where I was up to on it, and I said,
personally,
well,
over here, I do not.
I'm not pinpointing anything on her. That's all.
I do not. You know, well, I'm going to tell you something. I've been around that family. I've been on the phone talking with them, and I'm going to tell you, I'm definitely going to pinpoint. You bet your ass I'm going to pinpoint.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Okay, yep. Well, I didn't realize that. I beg your pardon.
I am definitely pinpointing because I'm going to tell you something. This family is nobody acts the way they do. And not only that, but I'm going to pinpoint because law enforcement is pinpointing. They said
maybe I'm
law
being
enforcement itself
said, I get what you're saying. Yep.
Is, you know, basically said no signs of an abduction. And as of December the 15th, they are looking at foul play.
Right.
Now, you know, there's 2 things that's in the equation right now. Either foul play or she wandered off. Which one would you think? And JodiSue lives right across the street, which is their neighbor, been there for years. And even she said Summer wasn't going to wander off like Woody the Pooh, chasing a butterfly. Not only that, but I also, even if she did wander off barefooted, how far could she have got? They would have found her.
Nobody.
So you know what? The only thing left in that equation is right there is foul play. And what does foul play mean? It means right there on 110 Ben Hill Road, something happened to her and they know what the hell it was. So you know, if that's pinpointing, I'm going to pinpoint because
No,
that's what the law is saying.
No,
not
I
PG.
think that is totally valid, totally fair. And the reason that I've bothered to call in, because I very rarely call into anywhere, was because of the title you've put up in this live, and it's about JodiSue and all of her funny stories.
Like I
And
said,
you've sort of mentioned there's a bit of a funny thing, and a lot of other channels very
yes,
protective of her,
I brought
and
up
others
JodiSue
are
and what JodiSue said, because I don't believe half of what JodiSue says.
Good.
To be perfectly honest with you, and also, I brought it up because the point being is JodiSue took 8.5 months. We are going on the 9 months now. We're going on the 9th month as of the 15th of March.
Exactly.
We're coming up to 9 months, and at 8.5 months, she finally comes out with this shit.
Teasing us.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I do not believe Summer was at a swing, because if it did not go the way Candace said, up until Summer went into that house to come back out that door, if she would not have went in the house, talked to her brother, and her brothers would not have seen her and was able to state the same thing that Candace was stating, then those parents would have already been in jail.
That's a very good point. And may I also, I'm happy to go on more about JS and all her interesting bits. But the other reason I've bothered to call in was because I can remember months ago, BK said to whoever was watching at the time that, okay, ready? Don had told him that you were someone who probably needed promotion for your channel, which made me think that Don and you knew each other before all of this.
Excuse me?
Mm.
Who
I know.
said what?
Isn't that weird?
Then I needed promotion?
Yeah, apparently Don said to BK, don't shoot the messenger. I have a very good memory. BK said, Don said, oh, we must promote Prayer Garden, Sissy. And then as soon as you started, everybody just dissed you, and it was appalling to watch. And then BK messaged you, came onto a live one night calling, Sissy, stop what you're doing. But it gave off to however many thousands of viewers on however many channels, however many hours a day, a suggestion that Don had asked BK to assist you to get a foot in to the YouTube world. So I'm not asking you to prove it. I'm just telling you what I was led to believe.
I don't need to prove it, because all of these people in my chat right now, all these people in my chat right now know the truth. I came upon Ziggy's channel. I didn't even have a YouTube, so how was it needing to be promoted?
I've no idea.
Okay, right there, I didn't have one. And you know something? I was on Ziggy's channel because I didn't have one, trying to get out what I've been getting out over here.
People used to make fun of you, saying you were in love with Don.
Yeah. Because Don is a very sick man. He think everybody's
in love with him. Yeah.
Well, here's what I got
agree,
to,
Janika. Yep.
What I got to say to humans is, I can't keep anyone from believing what they want to believe. No, I mean, if people want to believe a lie and be damn
friendly and nice and just share
I say go for it. Believe, what I'm saying. At the end of the day, my God ain't going to ask me about you. He's going to ask me about me. I know the truth. My God knows the truth. I don't really give a damn what other people think. Period.
All I was doing was
we have to respect
all the disinformation that people have done to stop your channel growing. That's all.
Well, it's not to stop my channel.
No,
it's not to stop my channel. It's to stop us from putting the light upon Summer. This ain't
Yeah.
my
It's also
channel.
important
This-
that we listen to each other.
This
Because
I'm
channel,
really
if we
sorry to
get
hear you
blind,
both had terrible childhoods. I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm going to tell you now. This channel over here belongs to the sweet lady that's upon this panel right here now. It belongs to everyone. Annie A, Angel,
Yay.
Holly, Southern
And
Crime
Peace.
Detective. It belongs to BDAC, Jennifer. It belongs to every one of these. There is
That's lovely.
484 people in this chat right now. And excuse me, but this channel belongs to all of them. This channel belongs to you because you are welcomed upon this panel to talk just as much as me anytime
really-
you please.
That's what made me feel brave enough to come up.
Yeah.
And
And
lately,
I love,
I
I
spend
love,
about 15 hours a day for about a year following the case. I know, it's that difficult, isn't it?
what
You
you say?
spent 15 hours a day for about a year following this case. This case
Yes.
has only been going on for 8 months and a half.
It's
Oh, I
8
beg your
and-
pardon. So let's say
8,
9
yeah,
months. Yeah, like a
yeah.
good pregnancy.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
would never have tried to contact you. I've never been up on live on anyone else's channel.
Me
Ever.
too.
Well,
but
as I said, you're more than welcome. We
Thank you
all
so
on this channel.
Yeah.
This ain't my channel.
but
This
I
is
know
all of
what
our
I
channel.
feel. I know what you're thinking. Maybe can I ask you?
Yes.
Do you think that maybe JodiSue has something to do with it?
I was thinking because she showed the domestic violence and that her and her ex have moved out of there and that he's apparently related to a lot of the land
Yeah.
and that she maybe historically on Facebook has put up quite a few funny comments pre-Summer's
Yeah.
disappearance and her territorial behavior
Yeah.
and the fact that she hates him, but then says, no, he couldn't possibly have. And then she says, oh, well, he's killed the dogs. And then they both say they hate kids. And if anyone comes on our property. And
Yeah.
so the whole thing seems a little bit
Yeah.
either a distraction or a bit odd.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting one lick that JodiSue did not have something to do with this case at all. I truly believe that JodiSue is just as inclined in knowing what happened to Summer as Candace Wells and Donald Wells and Candace Wells. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, I knew that JodiSue had insight on this case and some hand in it somewhere when Candace felt that she could call JodiSue up and tell JodiSue to go to law enforcement and change the story because it wasn't aligning with the timeline. And the reason that happened was because I told Donald that screen was not aligning with that timeline. I was the one that told him. He said, actually, sissy, it does. And I said, no, Donald, it doesn't. And I explained to him why it didn't. About, you can't say that you heard a scream at 4:30, 4:42 when you don't even call the police until damn near 6:30, 7 o'clock. What are you talking about? It don't align. Oh, damn, it don't. Next thing you know, JodiSue comes out talking about how Candace is calling her up, wanting her to change shit up. I knew right then. Donald went home to Candace, told Candace what PG had told him, and then she made the phone call to JodiSue to go, and JodiSue's like, hell no, I'm not, because they didn't believe me the first time. I'm not going to go change it. Are you crazy? So, then they had a falling out about it. And that right there is where everything went to hell.
I really appreciate you shared that with all of us. And I am very keen that we all have a bit of a closer look at that.
Well, I've already shared that with my family over here.
Yeah.
They've known about that for, a New York minute.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yep.
On this channel,
talked
we
about
know everything.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, ladies. Well, I'll let you go. I'm just filling you on where I'm up to, trying to be, best I can be, considering all of the disinformation and all the players. Thank you so much for listening.
You are most welcome.
Yeah, God bless
Absolutely.
you.
God bless you both.
Mhm.
Have a good day. Bye.
Wow. Go figure.
Yeah, go figure. I don't want to say nothing more. You know, when you talk, she was like, what the name? She was.
I don't like people telling me they're not challenging me when I damn know I'm, damn Skippy they are.
She was.
She definitely was challenging me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And when she said, okay, like,
And I'm telling you, she.
And she said 15 hours every day.
For a year? That was
I have
before the case
MS, I
started.
cannot go outside, but I am not sick 15 hours. No. You are working with this. Maybe you are 15 hours.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I bust my ass, and to be perfectly honest with you, she didn't have all the information.
No.
Seriously, she came up here to try to distract and divert people into off the main
Candace
topic.
have to work to Carnival. I don't care if she have to work at Carnival.
Absolutely, I'm going to tell
We
you.
also have to do everything to get money to our children. But she didn't even have children.
Where you you choose to work where you work. You choose to work where you work. That's not.
And she didn't have children. She didn't want them.
Hell no, she didn't have them. I mean, she done.
So she only have herself.
She done destroyed the two that she had, and they was in foster care, and she's out working at a carnival. And hell, she couldn't even work there, to be honest with you, because when Donald found her, she was homeless, living on the street. And her mother left her behind because she couldn't straighten her up enough to fly right.
And she tried
and she got.
They say Donald. You like Donald and you were promoting Donald. Oh no.
No, she was trying to say that Donald was telling Benny Keys to promote PG. I didn't even have a channel. Why was
No.
What kind of lie was that? That was a lie, a blatant lie.
And if she know this case, she know that Benny Keys cannot be trusted, so she don't know this case.
Absolutely not. I don't know what all that shit was about, but your damn Skippy, I handled it. You better believe I handled it.
Yeah, you handled it very good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't see people as a problem. I see them as a challenge. And I'm always up for a good fucking challenge.
Yeah,
you are. That now. I mean, she's talking in circles. Don't bullshit me. Don't tell me about Candace could not have been, know what happened to her daughter. Well, where the fuck you think Candace was? Tell me why you think she ain't involved in this, because so far nobody's been able to give me, any solid evidence that she's not. Matter of fact, the police are giving me solid evidence that she is, because foul play came into play as of December the 15th, meaning they're looking at her, no one else. So, there you go, lady. Take that BS somewhere else. And Donald Wells promoting anything, PG got her ass attacked like crazy, trying to bring out this case on Ziggy's
really
channel.
Crazy.
Absolutely. I fought like hell, and the only reason we got this channel right now is because God put it together, gave me the courage and a person to back me in starting it up.
I was so happy when you
absolutely
got it.
And when I came in here, I didn't know if I was going to have 5 people or 500, but I didn't care, because something, I love Summer. I was for that little girl. I've always been for her. I want her found. I want her brought home.
Yes.
I want justice for her. And you know what? I was willing to walk through hell, no matter what, to see if I just have 5 people in here that would listen, that would just listen and help, get her back, and to put some heat on this family, to tell the truth, to step up and just tell the damn truth and get this little girl back where she belongs and justice for her,
Yeah.
then, I was willing to take that risk. And God
Yes.
put us together, and I thank him. And that's where we're at right now. He sent every one of you here to this channel.
Prayer Garden. For example, say Candace, she have been like you, always good mother, like normal mother.
We wouldn't be
And
here.
she have raised her children and suddenly she lost one children. I will consider 2% too. But this woman's track record is like so evil.
That's Monkey's mom. That's Monkey's mom. She's a good woman, working, taking care of her family.
Yeah.
And their child's gone.
Yeah.
And that's Monkey's mom. Monkey's mom, is like PG. She loves her kids. She was doing everything she could to give them a good life and help them and do for them.
Yeah.
And that woman had her ass out there for months, and she's still out there right now, bagging for her little boy to be returned.
Yeah.
That's a real mom.
And the police cleared them.
Yes, they did.
They clear them. So why don't they clear Candace and Don?
They're absolutely not going to.
They see, Ronnie Larson see, people are wanting to hurt them. They are threatening them. If they think they were innocent, they have to say something. And the liar detect, it's in Norway, you cannot use it. In all Europe, we cannot use it. We don't have lie detector. So I don't believe in this lie detector.
Absolutely.
No.
And now this lady's in the chat saying, I have no horse in this race. Well, if you didn't have a horse in this race, then why was you racing up here to act like you did? That's my question. I don't know. It's the mind of some fucking people just, makes PG crazy.
I hate when people start, I'm
telling you now, there's no way in hell I would be a child or a adult psychologist. I could not deal with adults. I'm telling you now, no way in hell. Children are hard enough to deal with because they get put through so much abuse from family members and so forth. But to deal with adults like on Ben Hill Road, oh hell to the no. Those people are just, whoa. I'm telling you, my practice would be out of business in no time because I would give too many damn referrals.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. You are so patient with this case every day. And you have to prepare everything you do.
You got to keep doing this. You got to, really love somebody to go through all of this. And, and I love Summer. I didn't ever meet her. I haven't ever got to, hug her. I wished I did. I wish I would have got to meet her. I wish I could have hugged her. I wish I could have, bestowed a lot of beautiful things upon her, like new dresses and just pretty hairbreadths and all kinds of beautiful things. A big dollhouse. I would have loved to just, showered her with the things that every little girl deserves in life. But you know what? I didn't get to know her, but for some reason I do love her. And, just like everybody else is here for every night, we love her. We really care about her. And most of all, she's a child a 5-year-old missing little girl, a beautiful little blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby girl that was entitled to her life. She was entitled to
Yes.
go to school, be a cheerleader if she wanted to, you know, play music instruments, to laugh, to giggle, to have fun. You know, she was entitled to all these beautiful things in life. She was entitled to walk down that aisle with her husband and you know,
Yeah.
be married, have her a family. She was so entitled to every
Everything.
milestone
Yeah.
in life. She was entitled to all of that. And somebody cut it off. And
Yeah.
by God, that son of a bitch needs to, you know, be put away.
You know,
for
we are
life.
talking about one woman. The woman before. I didn't ask her, I didn't remember. But I want to ask her, what do you think about Candace want to sell her summer? What kind of evilness is this?
Absolutely. And we do have a voice for the voiceless. Absolutely. And we're
Yeah.
going to keep that voice, and we're going to, you know, we're going to raise it to the rooftops with the law enforcement, and we're going to, you know, and we're going to send it up to God's ears in prayer. And we're going to, you know, do all we have to do to get Summer brought home and to get justice for whoever did this to her. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, there is practically almost 500 people in here tonight. And, you know, a couple of people, as you've seen, 5 people went down there to protest, and 5 people really stirred that place up. Just
Yeah.
imagine what 500 could do.
Yes. I wonder, the church, the Robin and the church, if they still are in contact with them.
Yeah, I hear Candace still goes to church. I don't know how often, but I hear
No.
she still shows up at the church. There's a matter of fact, there's a little girl in the church that they're taking a shining to, and then she's wanting Benny Keys to come down there to see this little girl. And
Oh,
you know, that's a big red flag, isn't it? What the
yes.
hell's going on here? And then
Yeah.
last night in a hotel room, they got a little girl. It's just a little girl from the church. They've got a pill bottle in there. We know they had at least 2 people in there, one drinking Sprite and the other one sucking on a Pepsi, which was Candace Wells, you know. And this is things that, you know, we should not take lightly.
No.
Absolutely not. There's something going on down there, and something very wrong is going on down there.
Yeah. That's why I sometimes think it's bigger. Sometimes I think this is bigger than we know. And Donald said that many times. It's bigger than we know. But I don't know. I just pray to God that we will find out. I see
Right.
Benny Keys is backstage. This man is so. I was so sad because normally I never give money. I help children in Russia, but I was going down with Europe Aid, a Christian organization, for many years ago. But I never give money because I am afraid they're not coming to the right person. But I want to support this case. But he have destroyed that, and I'm so angry because this is very important. I try to ask. It's impossible for me to we don't have like in Norway we have something called I have to go in my cards and then do it.
Are you close to Ukraine?
Yeah.
But they're not coming your way. I mean, you're not.
No, I don't hope so. We are very scared, but Russia is our neighbor. We are neighbor to
Ukraine?
and Russia.
Right.
Yeah.
I was worried about you. I was so worried
Yeah,
about
I
you.
am. Yeah, I haven't slept. Everybody is scared now.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Absolutely. I hope that, our country steps up and does something about this.
Yeah, I
I
hope
know
so.
that the UK is stepping up, and I know that other
I
places
really
are
hope so.
stepping up, and I know that our president is trying to do,
Yeah.
some sanctions and some other things, and I know
Yeah,
that a lot of the stores right now are taking all the products off the shelves.
they have
Um,
done that. Yes, I
right,
know.
for
And they have also frozen the money for
as they should.
Russia. Yeah, but we are just the neighbor country, and you get so scared.
I don't know. I I don't know why Putin wants to,
No.
why ain't he happy with just what God gave him? I mean, he's got a
Yeah,
whole country of his own to run. Why ain't he running it the best he can? Why does he need to go and invade or hurt or get around somebody else's stuff? I mean, that's the problem, with people is they always want
yeah,
what somebody else has and it's not
yes.
theirs. Leave it the hell alone. I
I
mean,
don't understand
you
either.
you
He's
ain't
very evil
you haven't needed it all these freaking years. Why do you need it now? You don't.
now. Yeah,
Take care of your own. Just stop it. I mean, this
yeah,
man, I don't understand him. And what he doesn't understand is, um, usually the one that starts the problems are the ones that end up with nothing. They're
yeah,
the ones that end up getting their ass kicked, to be
yes,
perfectly honest. Because what side do you think God's on? He ain't on no troublemaker side. He's
no,
on the side that's defending herself. And he's
yes.
going to make sure they win every single time. They're going to win. Trust and believe that because God is with them. You can't lose when you've got God.
No, but it's very scary because it's so close. But you know, I believe this world is soon coming to an end.
Oh, absolutely.
First the COVID, and now the war.
That's what I tell,
Yeah,
everybody. Please get your house in order. Get
yeah,
your house in order. That's what the Bible tells us. Get our
yeah,
houses in order. Make sure that you get the people, because a house divided cannot stand. A country that divided cannot stand. And that's where
I know.
America was going wrong, as we started letting people divide us when we should have hung on as
Yeah,
one. You are stronger when you are together.
yeah,
We need to be together as one in this world. Don't let
yeah,
anyone separate us. You don't do that. And we are letting people divide us every day.
yeah,
You can't do that. You got to, even if it don't apply to you, don't let nobody's rights be took. Fight for other
no,
people's rights so you can keep your own rights, the
yeah,
ones you do care about. Because okay, you don't care about this right or that right, but you know what? You will lose all rights if you don't stand for everybody's. And that's what this country has failed to realize. That's why they quit teaching
yeah,
history. If you took note, they wasn't teaching history to these kids for years. It wasn't teaching American history because they don't want these kids being educated on American history and all these
exactly.
people that shed their blood so we could have all the commodities and all the beautiful things we have today. I mean, especially what you call freedom.
America is so good, but when I see all the people who are veterinary, who is homeless, I am shocked. It's
Yeah.
so terrible.
In America, see, the great, beautiful thing about America is a homeless man could go to riches if he wants to. Just get off his ass, start working, doing what he needs to do, and he could be rich in no time. It ain't America holding this man down. It's this man holding himself down. His drug habit, his drinking habit, his
Yeah.
his mental
Okay, so
problems, whatever.
it's the same as Norway then. Okay.
You
I
got
was
to
thinking the
right.
government was bad. Okay.
No, You got to overcome yourself. Nobody can help you. You got to help yourself.
That's true. That's true.
It's like a human on drugs. If they don't want to give up the drugs, ain't nothing you can do. They have to want to help in order for you to give them help.
Yeah.
You can give someone a mansion on Knobs Hill, but if they ain't willing to work and take care of it and do what it needs, then it's going to just go to
Exactly.
hell.
Exactly.
It's going to go to hell, and they're going to be homeless again. That's what I'm saying. Everything starts inside of us. Everything starts inside of a human.
That's true.
Um,
That's what, whenever people say, oh, poor Candace, they are poor people. I am so angry. I was so poor when I was single with all the 3 girls because, they have periods. They need every, what the name, hygiene,
Absolutely.
I was so poor. I swear, Prayer Garden, I didn't even shower, only sometimes, because 3 girls. It was always this creme and for barbering everything, and but I was never filthy. We always have it clean. So I
Absolutely.
am so angry when I hear people say, "Oh, they are poor." They are not poor. If they were poor, they didn't have any car. They have to walk, like I did when I was alone with my children.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. And um I have 4 kids. I have
yeah,
4 kids. I have to get up every day.
yes,
I have to make sure they eat. I have to make sure
yeah,
everything stays clean. They got
yeah,
clean beds. They got clean this. They got clean that,
yeah,
clothes, shoes, coats, hats, gloves, all the
yeah.
things. Um, you got to make sure that they've got, you know, their little,
Everything
yeah, yeah. I mean,
is 24/7.
I'm not
Well,
saying that, playthings, toys and all that is that's not a need. It's a want. But you know
yeah,
what? What little girl don't want a dollhouse? What boy
yeah,
doesn't want a game machine?
of course.
I mean, maybe you can't give them everything, but you can give them a little something, that
Yes,
can, and most of all, you can give them what's most important, and that's your time. That's, to listen to them when
yes,
they're talking, to, let them know you love them every second of every day, you
yeah,
know? You can either teach your children, I don't want my kids, I don't want my kids you can have them look at you. They either a kid's going to love you and see you as a human being, and they really care and love you, and they're respectful, or they can be,
um,
you can raise them up being expecting. Now if you raise them up being
yeah,
expecting, then don't be angry when they're adults and they're trying to tell you about all these things they need, or they ain't trying to move out on you, or they ain't trying to work. Well, what you did is, a lot of people raise their kids, to expect instead of respect. When you give your children too much, you're giving them
yeah.
everything, waiting on them hand and foot, and you're doing all these great things,
It's
ain't
true.
telling them no, or, you know, then what happens is they start to expect instead of respect. They see you as, you know, their support system, but
I
they're not
know.
give but they're not ever going to support themselves or give you any support. They
No,
don't think they owe you nothing. They think now you owe them everything. And that's
that's
where this
true.
world's going wrong. That's where you're going wrong.
That's
What
it's
you owe
true.
your children is your time. You don't owe them your money. You owe them your time. A lot of
Yeah,
parents try to buy these kids, and these kids get spoiled. They get out of control. They get mouthy. Oh,
yeah.
hell no. No, no, no. And,
The children there, I was overcompensating because they lost a sister. They don't have a father, and
right.
what I get back, oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
You can raise the most
I
poor,
was scared
blind
of my own
children.
children.
Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely. And
So that is not good.
they'll come and they don't ask you for money. They
So
tell
they
you
take
they
it.
they tell you they need it. You
Yeah,
know, you have it. Give
exactly.
it to me. No, I don't think
Yes.
so. Not today. you know, I give you something, but it ain't gonna be no money, you know. I mean, you raise your children to have respect for you, to love you and
Good.
respect you and to care
Yeah.
about you. You know, you put a roof over their heads, the clothes on
Yeah.
their back, and you know, your children should know, you know, you care about
Yeah.
them, they care about you. It's a two-way street out there,
Yeah.
you know.
They
You got
would
to give to
never
get.
have give me one cup of coffee or nothing.
Oh my gosh.
Never helped me. But
Oh,
also,
if you was my mother, beautiful Norway, you'd want for nothing. I
oh, thank
make you
you.
coffee. I make you breakfast, lunch, dinner, coffee. I would just love. I wish, you know, I wish you were my mom. You're such
Yeah,
a
thank
beautiful
you.
human. You remind me of my mother. You really do.
Yeah,
My
you
mother was
say
the
that.
most
Yeah,
beautiful. My
yeah,
mother was beautiful. I'm telling
yeah,
you. I love my mom with everything in my heart.
yeah,
And you know, she's gone to be with the Lord, but I'm going to tell you, and people, you know, I know how Tennessee Shine feels because, you
yeah,
know, every day, every day I can still hear my mom's voice. I hear my mommy's voice all the time,
yeah.
and I miss her.
It's so beautiful. Yeah. I always wish I have a mother, but so maybe that is why I was like this with my children. I don't know. And sometimes I was so tired that I didn't want to discuss. So I just give them
Right,
everything. I was so tired. But
right.
now I really regret it
Oh,
because,
I took care of my mom. I took care of her
yeah,
for years.
oh,
All of her doctor's appointments. I took her to everywhere. Done everything for her. I hand and foot. I mean,
oh, that's good. Yeah,
I love my mom. Wherever you seen me, it was like Tennessee Shine. Wherever you saw me, you saw her.
oh,
And
that's beautiful.
yeah, every day.
Yeah,
My husband worked every day. I was at her home every day with my kids.
yeah,
I loved her so much.
yeah,
Yeah. It will break your heart to lose your mother.
yeah,
I don't forget the day she passed away. The mailman came and it was a little church a preacher that was writing me all
yeah,
the
you
time.
told me.
And that day the letter had came and
Yeah,
I was I really needed it. I
yeah, you
absolutely
told me that.
needed that letter more than anything in this world. So, God is always right on time.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
he is. He is. So,
And I lost my dad. I lost my dad as well.
yeah,
Um,
you have lost
you
your
know,
dad too. Yes.
yeah, I lost my dad before my mother. And
Okay.
so and then I lost my husband and it just seemed like I was losing everybody.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it is. Life is hard. And I feel if people have lost somebody, they are more understanding, more. Some people are so cold.
I have found in my life that there's people that don't need they don't need to stick their hand in the fire to know it burns, or they don't like if you get a burn, they can feel it. I mean, they feel for
Yeah,
you. They want to help you. It's just like they got burnt themselves.
yeah,
Or if you bump your head, they worry about you just like they bumped their head. There's people that really feel for other people. And then there's these people that just don't seem to feel for no damn body in this world. They
that's
can't
true.
feel nothing for
No.
anyone. They're just the most horrifying humans in the world. And
Yeah,
you know, and it's like you don't understand them. You don't know how anyone could ever be so cold-hearted, low life, disgusting, um, like these people are.
no, I
But
don't understand.
no, We don't
But
understand them because we're not
we
like them.
no, and one day we all have to answer to our God.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I've always been able to feel for other people, and I don't, I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. Um,
Yeah,
you know,
because you are always taking up on the problem and
yes,
feeling for them. Yeah.
absolutely. And
Yeah, you
sometimes
are that kind of person. Yeah.
it can get very overwhelming,
Yes.
especially when um you have so many people that will take advantage of you when you're so
Yeah.
kind and caring and loving, and not only take advantage of you, but put you down in the eyes of everyone else while they're
Yes.
taking advantage of you, which is even more heartbreaking.
Yeah, they have done that with me because I was too nice. You
Yeah,
can never be too nice, but you understand. And
right.
then they start walking all over me. So now I am not bitter, but a little bit angry sometimes because many people are like that. They take advantage of you.
Sorry to hear that, Barbie. God bless you. God bless you.
Oh, she lost her mom in May. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hard. I'm gonna tell you, to lose either parent's hard, but to lose your
Yeah.
mother, that is
Yeah.
that's like the worst. That's the worst.
Yes, I
Is,
will think so.
because your mom's like your best friend. Your mom's always like your best friend, and
Yeah.
you know, dad's kind of strict and hard on people, and not that you
Exactly.
don't love him, because you do. You love your parents no matter what, but you know, your mother, if you got the right kind of mom, she's always the one. And she's always the one there for you. She's always there
Yeah,
to doctor your boo boos and tell you everything's going to be
that's
okay.
true.
She's the one that's brutally honest with you. When you're screwing up and how you need to get your ass straightened up. Well, your dad's pretty bad too, but your mom, she really cares. You always know
Yeah.
your parents care.
Yeah, that's true. After what happened to me, my mother blamed it on me and she never wanted to see me again. And um, I haven't seen her for so many years. And she lived only one almost 2 hours. In many time I'm so sad. Why don't she send me a card? And I think she is 67, I think. It's very sad because I know she's living, but I am scared to go because she's married 7 times. And this time she's married from one from Congo, and he's very young. And they say he's not a good man. So that's sad. And I have father also, but you know what he did. But I have forgive him. I have to. So
Absolutely.
yeah, actually, I have seen him sometimes, and because I can see it in his eyes that he is sad for what he done. So we need to forgive. Sometimes it's so hard, but we
Our
have to for our own
our
sake.
chat is putting ones in to bring you to America. They want to bring
Oh,
you here.
I
They all want
so
to bring
much
you
want to
here.
come. Yes,
And they
it's
said
so
put hearts in
long.
here if you want to be your mother. And there's like so many hearts in here. They want you to be their mom too.
Oh, thank you. You're so nice to me. All of you are so nice.
They are beautiful. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
but
beautiful
beautiful.
people.
Absolutely.
So beautiful people.
Would you ever consider leaving your country?
Um, yes, maybe, but it's not easy because You know, when you are now, I get money for the government because of my health and the doctor and the health and but Norway is a beautiful country, but it's very cold people. It's not like you don't say hello to your neighbor or it's cold. Uh, yeah, I miss to have some. Yeah, I don't know, but it's very long and very expensive to America.
Are you allowed to just leave whenever you want to leave, or do you have to get a visa?
I have to get a visa.
How long does that usually take in your country?
I don't know because I have been to Kurdistan and Russia and to help children, but then I only have normal passport. You have visa if you stay more, if you stay 3 months, I think. Is it not?
I think when you come to America, if you want to
Yeah.
become an American citizen, you have to put in for a you got to fill out all the paperwork to become an American citizen.
Yeah.
You got to go through immigration.
Yeah.
Fill out the immigration papers. Which
It's
could
not
take a little
easy
while.
when you are alone, and I have 2 daughters here still, so it's not easy.
Yeah, you would have to leave them as well.
Yeah,
to come
I
here.
will have to.
Do you see them at all?
Yeah, you know, the one I got when I was very, very young, only 14, she got a brain damage when she gave birth. So she's living in Norway, we call it a community, like with other people. She have her own apartment, but they are helping her 24/7.
Right.
Yeah, she living like that. But I was alone with her from I was 14 to 4 years ago when she was 28. And she became so strong. And she's not like Down syndrome. You cannot see it.
Right.
It's more like she cannot write, she cannot read, she don't know which day it is, she don't remember. I have to remember her to take a shower, use like.
Right.
But she was very strong, and I was very scared at the end after I get MS. So I have to get her into this home.
Right.
But it was very hard for me.
Yeah, it was.
But she is not using drugs. It's the other one who is 26. And I haven't seen her for a long time. I don't know where she is. I am totally destroyed because they don't have phone. They sell everything. I don't know. Before I believed she stole everything I helped, but now I have to stop. I cannot even take her in my home. I am scared. So,
absolutely.
because she have taken my medicine so many times and I need it.
Right.
So it's sad. And I feel so guilty. Not for the one who is sick, I feel guilty, but I feel guilty because I don't know. I just feel like because I lost one child, I was much in bed and crying and depressed. And I don't know.
because
So,
well, you're was so used to having your oldest daughter with you all the time, and she
always,
yeah, and she gives you, she gives you something to get up for every day, and you take care
yeah,
of her and to do, and
yeah,
and you didn't feel alone. And then when you
that's
had to
true.
put her in a place,
Yes,
that made you
yeah,
feel, you
that is,
know, it
yeah.
was a great loss to you because
Oh, that
now,
was terrible.
yeah,
I'm still crying over that. She have lived there 4 years now, but I go 3 times a week, and she's phoning me all the time,
oh,
because she don't have nobody, and she only want a home, and she
right,
say, please get me. Oh,
oh,
so so she's coming and sleeping here tonight, but I always have to be aware, because sometimes in night they don't sleep, and she do maybe a little a little something. But she's like a little child, and she's 32.
right,
Yeah. So I have 37. I was 14, 14 years. So, but life was hard, but I was happy with her. But unfortunately, when I was young, I was only 18. I get married to uh, one Muslim. I didn't know what Muslim was. I have never heard about Islam. I just know he said he didn't want sex before marriage, like Christian.
right,
And I was like, oh my God, he is such a great man, because he didn't was black. He was like, Turkey, like brown eyes.
right,
But so I was naive, and
like so many young women are,
well,
so
and
many,
this is so many years ago, um, and he was carrying me on gold stool, because he only wanted my passport. I didn't know. I didn't understand nothing.
right.
And he was so good. And after we get married, oh my God.
Oh, you found a real man, huh?
Oh my
Real
God.
him came out, the
Mm.
monster.
The first he did, he broke my back.
Mm,
He actually broke it. And I was so scared the hospital will find it out. He broke my arm, he broke my foot when he pushed me down the stairs. And I always find some excuse, because I was ashamed, because
right,
in this time in Norway there was not many who was marrying to foreigner.
right,
They look down upon you.
right,
They will only say, "Are you married with him?
right.
That's your own fault."
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't have family, so I was the perfect victim. And we lived in the mountains in Turkey,
Mm-hmm.
long in the mountains, in the desert, and back and forward. And when I was there, it was his rules. Oh my God.
Mm.
And okay, enough about. But he promised me, if you ever leave me, I will take your pride and joy. And he did.
Your daughter.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what. Um, it's too bad. You lived that far back in the mountain. Maybe I'd have left that mountain, but he wouldn't have. I mean, what are they going to say? They don't like foreigners anyway.
No.
I would have been like, one day he would have left home and wouldn't have came back. That's for sure.
Yeah. And I start after that,
Because
he
if
was so,
he could break your arm, you could break his.
yeah, but you know what he did, to be exactly, he married her to an old man. That's why I say to you before rape, because it's rape. And many people in Norway take their children and married, and nobody in Norway know that. Young children. Nobody in Norway, not their teacher, nobody know. And because they have to marry the family. So this guy was 52 and she was 12. And after that, he did the ultimate thing, because in Islam, if you, not every place, but if you get a divorce, he called honor killing, because his father was imam. So it's called honor. I was destroying his family's honor, he meant. And I was in shock, because first time I was going to Turkey in the mountain, he promised me East Kurdistan, the place. And he promised me everything. And I come to live with two women. He said it was his sister, but it was his wife. And I have to live with them we was there for 3 months. And the wife treated me so much badly than the man. They was terrible to me. They hated me.
If he already had a wife, how could he marry you?
He had 4 wives. I didn't know. I met him in Norway. I didn't know he was married before. He was married in his country. I didn't know.
And in his country, they were allowed more than one wife?
Yeah, 4 wives.
Wow.
And they can have concubine, 99 concubine. Concubine is lovers, like lovers.
And he married you for your passport.
Yeah.
And then destroyed your life.
Total.
Wow.
If I have just told you a little bit what he have done, you wouldn't even believe it. They are so good to plan and do everything. I was just 18 years old. And I think a lot of my childhood also, because he was alone in Norway and he was telling me that they were poor where he came from, and he was believing in God and blah, blah. He tell me everything I needed to hear.
Right.
But so it was Easter when he took her. I knew I did everything. I did go to the government. I did everything. And he said, because I want to stop him, please don't let him, he will not come back. And the judge say to me, you are not a good mother. You don't want your child to meet the grandparents. So after he did that, he was arrogant. He came back and he only got 9 years in prison and get out after 6 years.
Wow.
In Norway.
How did you finally get away from him?
In Norway, it's named, I used the hijab.
Mm-hmm.
In Norway, it's like a Kreis center, like woman shelter, the name. I tried many times. He find me, and I was not strong enough, and the children cried. But when the children get a little bigger, they understand he will kill us. We have to get away. So No, I was living there maybe I think 3 months, and the judge say he have to see Yasmin because he was the father. And I
Right.
say, please, please don't do it, don't do it. He will never take her back. And also the older one, but she was older. She can decide by herself.
Right.
And he took her.
Right.
Oh my God!
It's too
So
bad that you didn't grab them and bring them to America.
and after that, I start. You know what? I was like crazy. I was going back and forward to
Right.
the mountain. I was seeing Yasmin every place. I was hanging up poster. I was like a crazy person. I was asking everybody. I was thinking maybe she's alive somewhere.
Right.
Even if they told me the name, the government name UDI, they told me that there was nothing left because the war in Syria, they took her to Syria and there was nothing left where she was. And I was like desperate, maybe for
So
4 or 5 years.
you didn't get to identify her?
No,
They just told you that she was gone.
I don't have a grave. I have for myself,
So it is possible
but
she could still be alive.
that is
somewhere.
what made me crazy. But did make me crazy. I
Right.
was looking, I was talking, I was waiting. I think maybe she will find my home. I still have the bedroom, everything, and they said she will never. But still to this day, I will never stop. I will never stop.
Oh, I
But
don't blame you.
all the place where she went in Syria, it's gone. There is nothing left.
Right.
There is nothing.
Right.
No, so no, this story is and no, I was total. I was looking. I was going for and back and forward, and this time I start the other daughter start to have a problem because I can only stay for 3 months and I have to go back.
Right.
And I was like panic because I was inside, but it was dangerous for me to go. So I have to hide by hijab, yeah. But I didn't have no fear. I was just, and I regret that because I know my other daughter was very afraid for me. So, and of course I have guilt. Why did I have children with this man who did this? But I swear I have never heard of Islam. I didn't know what it was.
It is not your. That was not your fault. I mean, you were young, as you said. It happens to so many young girls. You know, they they think, they're naive. They think that these men love them and are going to do so much for them. In
I know.
America, it's a bad thing for like married men.
Yeah.
They promise these young girls they're going to leave their wives, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, but they don't. They
No,
basically ruin these young
they
girls,
don't.
their youth. They want to suck.
Use
They've
them,
already
yeah.
had their youth and their, and the young women in their life, and then you get these older men that, they enjoyed their youth and young women and everything, but they somehow suck these young girls in, and these young girls don't realize, that they should stick with the young men and live their lives, with the young people. but these older men, they think that they can give them money. They're going to eventually leave this wife for them. And most of the time they don't leave their wife. They
Oh,
suck up this young girl's youth of 3 or 4 or 5, 6 years or however long,
yeah,
and use them up, and
yeah.
and the young girl ends up with her life ruined because
Mm.
of some old fart that beguiled her, and stowed away her. But um you could say, well, she can't blame nobody but herself. Yeah, she probably will at the end of it all, but no, you have to blame that man, because you
Yeah.
know she might be able to look back and see that she can't blame no one but herself because she allowed herself to get into that. But really the blame is the wolf that knew, the evil person that told her that he's going to do this, he's going to do that, you know when he wasn't. He
Yeah.
wasn't honest with her. He wasn't. And young people are so, they think they got the time to waste on people like this, and then they realize, when it's too late, that they did not have the time to be wasting. What they should have been doing is getting their own, a good man, their own husband and
Yeah.
everything. But like you said, they're young, they're not smart, and they end up screwing their whole life up,
No, when he was young, he was young, and he told me if he have to go back, they will kill him, and he was
I'm bringing you up,
manipulating me.
Wisconsin mama.
Thank you for talking to me.
Oh, I'm telling you, I would not blame myself for what that man did, at all.
I know
And
I will
Lord,
till I die.
if he was young, then that's even worse because, yeah.
Yeah, he was 8, and we was, I think it was 15 years, and still to this day, I cannot wear bikini because it's in my head. It's,
That is wrong
yeah,
to,
it's wrong.
to wear a
It took him
two-piece.
1 year, and I didn't know what day it was. He never called me my name, Janika. He always called me dog for 15
What?
years. Yeah.
What?
And when I was
What?
in his country, when women get periods,
Uh-huh.
he looked at me as dirty, and he kicked me out to sleep outside with the animal.
Oh, wow. Did he
That
do
is
that
not.
to
That is
did he
nothing.
did
That
he
is
do that to
nothing.
other wives like that?
Yeah, not so much because I have blue eyes. I can hide my hair, but my blue eyes, they believe if they rape a woman with blue eyes, they will get a bigger place in heaven. They believe in seven, and
Yeah.
and they believe we are dirty, like we are whore. And also his father did something. And when I cried, he looked at me and say, so my father wasn't good enough, and he beat the shit out of me. And the woman hate me because I think they was jealous. I don't know.
Oh,
Was the
yeah,
only, because
because
I have
you're
blue
blonde hair
eyes.
and you're
Only
blonde hair and
talking
blue
about
eyes.
blue eyes. And because of that, I have very blue eyes. I hate my eyes.
Oh,
But
you should not hate your eyes.
yeah,
No.
that's that. It's
Mm-mm.
so many things. So after this happened, so many people ask me to write book, but I will never. For me, it's secret. It's and the way it happened. If somebody uh, killed her in another way, they didn't kidnap but abduct her.
Right.
The people react differently. My family, I don't have family, but everybody have some family.
I don't believe that, I believe there's one heaven above us, one
Yes,
heaven.
me too.
Jesus says, I go
Yes.
and I prepare a place for you.
Only one
But
heaven.
there very well could be 7 levels of hell, because I do think there's special places in hell for special people like your
Yeah.
husband there, and or ex-husband, and a lot of other people that do evil, cruel,
Yeah.
ungodly things. I mean, how do you think that you're going to get to heaven by doing mercy killings? And doesn't the God tell you, "Thou shalt not kill. Vengeance is mine," saith the Lord. Um, you know,
This, I don't want to talk more. I just want to say this village I live in, we have to carry water, and this is, you have to remember, almost 30 years ago. When they give birth to daughters, they took them in water, you know, down. They kill the daughters.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh Lord,
You
that's
know,
insane.
when the daughter, they don't get a grave, they put her in the desert. They don't even get, you know, only the boys. Yeah.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
they feel that women and, well, actually, they think that women and children are beneath them. They
Yeah.
have no respect for women and
No, no, no.
children. The man's supposed to be the head of everything. The woman,
Everything, yeah.
and
It's
but
terrible. But it's
And
good to learn about other. We have to learn our children about this danger. One thing I never forget when I was there living there, because I could stay because we was married both in Norway and in Turkey. In this village, one girl, her uncle raped her,
oh wow,
and she was 15 years old. She was so beautiful. I remember she was like an angel. She was just so beautiful. And one day I understand there was something going on,
right?
and they did stone her
Oh my gosh,
because she was dirty.
why didn't they stone him?
yeah, stone them all.
Now
That's
you
what I said.
understand.
Yeah.
And this is
And-
important. Many people thinking this is not happening now. I know it's happening now today, because there is some women, not many. There is 3 women. I still send a little bit of money. And it's not normal in the big city, but in the village, it's totally normal.
Oh my gosh,
Totally normal. And if the man don't want the baby girl, they need one baby girl because they need them to clean when they get old, but the other don't want.
well, that's kind of a uneducated way of thinking, because
They
say you
don't go
keep
to school. He
say you
didn't go
keep
to school.
say you keep one baby girl, and what if something happens to her and you drown the
Yeah,
rest? And
yeah,
what something happens to her, now you ain't got nobody to clean. Why didn't you just keep
yeah.
them, all in case, that just don't make no sense right there.
That's what his anger
It's
to me was, that he wasn't the father to Yasmin because he could only make boys.
Yeah,
So
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So of course he always said I was a hooker because of that.
Wow. I don't, the thing is, in the Bible, and in the Bible, if you read the Bible, and I do read the Bible, if you take note, everything that went wrong in the Bible is when they started messing with people outside of their own cultures.
Yeah.
Well, then everything starts going wrong. So, that's why it's important to stay within your own
That's
culture.
true.
I mean,
That's true.
Yeah, some of these countries are really messed up. I
Well,
mean,
you
but
can
that is their culture. That's
exactly.
goes back many centuries, and some
I am
still
Christian.
continue it.
I have Bible in all my room after my grandmother and so on. But I also have one Quran. And one Christian woman said, "Oh my God, you have the Quran." And I say, I don't believe it's just a normal book because it is written in Norwegian and English because I needed to understand how he did think. I couldn't
Exactly.
understand it.
You need it to educate you so
Yeah,
you can get better understanding
correct,
of the abuse
exactly. Education.
of the abuse
Yeah,
that
I believe in education.
exactly.
Yeah,
Sometimes educating yourself
yeah,
allows you to understand it was not your fault that you were
yeah.
not educated in that field, and therefore, you did not know. You can't be held accountable.
No,
So, Norway, I don't mean to
yeah.
cut you off, and my heart breaks for you. It really does.
No, it's better now. It's many years.
Yeah. So what did I miss out tonight, girls?
What do
I'm
you miss?
late. I'm very late. Does Candace know how to do a YouTube channel? Because I watched her last night and I'm like,
Oh my gosh,
what?
you should have seen her tonight. She did a musical. She was singing. She come on there
Really?
singing something about I ain't gonna be lonely without you, or I
Oh,
am
that must
lonely.
be, is that
It
her,
was some song she sung. I
must
don't
be
know
her
now, but
welcome song for Benny, huh?
yeah, I think it was. I think it might have been a song they shared in the car when they got all jiggy with it. But yeah, and then we got JodiSue. Hold on, I'll play the tape for you. Let me bring it up.
I asked them, where the last place they saw Summer was. But what I was told was that the last place they seen Summer was at the swing set. And I was like, and then I asked how long that had been. And I get told 5-10 minutes. I immediately know that time's a little, but I'm like, well, they're kids, and you know how time travel is different for children, right? So, pay no mind, but I do take the location seriously. But because they seem pretty well firm on theirs, as opposed to Candace, who doesn't, and it's so vague with her that, and the one part that felt different when I was talking to her, where I just was like, whatever, she didn't have eyes on her at all, or something,
Wow, you
Well,
hear that?
ain't that some interesting shit?
8.5 months later.
Yeah.
Eight and a half months later, she comes out to tell us this shit.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna believe it now. I don't think so.
No.
And then here's Candace. If you take note, there's a pill bottle right there, sitting out.
Was that from last night or tonight?
Yeah, that's from last night. There's the Sprite bottle. When she's drinking Pepsi, so the Sprite belongs to somebody else. I don't know who those pills, but it seems like those pills are on her side of the bed.
Yeah.
She looks like she's in a pretty clean motel room.
She's drinking Pepsi, so we know that Sprite belongs to somebody else.
Yes.
And then you got 2 beds, but you got this kid back here. You got that medication in the room. I don't like that at all. Then these sheets look like next to the kid looks all tore up, like somebody's been laying around there.
Yeah.
Did anybody find out whose kid it is?
Nobody. I think that child belongs to belongs to, is one of, in my opinion, I believe it's one of Dale Terry's granddaughters.
Oh.
That's what I believe. I mean, because she ain't supposed to see the boys till next month. She told Benny a couple of days ago on his live that she would be seeing the boys in about a month. She would be visiting the boys. So I did hear that clearly. And we're a couple of days down, it's been a couple of days. It ain't been a month. So she ain't nowhere near seeing the boys. If she's supposed to see them a month from now, that would be somewhere in March. So, not now. So I don't know why she's in this hotel room for one night, because she's clearly back home tonight. So I don't know what she was doing there, but I do know she had 2 people in that hotel room besides the child. They had a medication bottle, and she was doing a live for some reason, wanting everybody to know what's up. So there we go.
Okay.
It's very concerning. And then I found out why Benny was up there. I know why Benny was up there back when Blowhorn Betty and all of them were up there.
Yeah.
I absolutely, now we know why he was up there. I'm about to share it with everybody. He was up there to save some money, and he talked Candace out of going somewhere very important and giving the money to him, I bet.
Yeah,
Oh my
there you go.
Thank you. And Grandma.
He heard they took up big donation for that, and he went up there to get it.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was a 3-way split on all that money.
Oh, yeah. 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 I don't know. I just don't know anymore. I think they're all batshit crazy on that hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I was really super excited to watch her YouTubes though. I was like, what are you gonna, I mean, like, she's gonna mess up. I mean, she had like, what, 900 followers last night already. I'm like, what are y'all waiting for? Her to hand you a drink? I mean,
anybody need any teeth taken out? Benny's your man.
Benny's the man. Yeah. Wow.
I am glad you started talking.
Then you get on YouTube and they say, I don't even know how to run this thing. I'm like, why don't you get Benny up there to help you?
Yeah.
No, it's a PG rumors. Dawn's getting ready. It's Candace getting ready. Dawn.
Oh, she's already said it.
Candace is up there singing Benny songs to everybody live.
I think I'll pass on watching that channel tonight. No, thanks. Some probably sound like a coyote howling. I don't know.
Next thing you know, she's gonna be out there singing, "I'm too sexy for my dress." That's why I wear this hat.
Oh my God.
I hope she gets some new hats here pretty soon. I mean, I'm tired of looking at that red one all the time. I'm sure she
Yeah.
It's like, come on, change your hats up.
She got a red one, she got a blue one. A red one and a blue one.
Oh, she needs a white one. Be
Yeah,
patriotic.
a pink one and a green one and a yellow one. Candace,
I mean, like,
at 90,000. Make us happy.
Why wouldn't you
the same shit all the time?
Why don't you wear a purple one for your daughter?
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, like,
yeah,
duh.
Absolutely.
Again,
absolutely. Duh. Hey, that's what we should look into, is selling purple hats for the boys.
Oh yeah, we should.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Why not? They can do t-shirts. We can do hats.
Purple hats.
Yeah. You know, another thing I kind of found, I don't know, kind of odd. Like, you know, when a child goes missing, you know, they'll make, did they ever make like bracelets? You know, find some
No.
purple
No.
bracelets?
No.
Oh, we've done
Absolutely
that
not.
up here. I mean, we've done that up here. Even when, like, there was a girl in a bad car accident, we had all the bracelets made up with her name on it.
Oh, I bet Monkey's parents would love that.
Oh, yeah.
I bet they would
Yeah.
love
Yeah.
someone to sell bracelets to help them finance finding their son.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll get a hold
Absolutely.
of the,
Monkey's mom.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll get a hold of her and see what we can do for her. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That, you
I-
know, what a difference. I mean, like, I watched her video.
Well, the Wells are saying no to, you know, they're like really being rude about sponsoring Summer or sponsoring the boys, or, you know, actually they're like, if you know, thinking about getting the boys a trust fund, or, I mean, people are just being really, you know, trying to shut everything down on these boys because the Candace and Dom wants everything for themselves.
Yeah.
You know, but
Whereas you have Monkey's mom.
Monkey's mom's willing to, you know, to absolutely, she's willing to, you know, take all the help she can get. And you know what? It would not be a bad idea. And I'm sure Summer would not mind at all.
Right.
Us helping another child, you know.
No.
But what a
I know this channel 100% is about Summer, and it always will be. But, you know, God put it upon me the other day to, you know, to put together Serenity, the, you know, the tribute to Serenity. And and I just had to do it, you know.
Well,
I had to follow my heart, you know, and what God leads me to do. And so I put it together, you know, and got it together. Well, we put it together, me and my children.
Yeah.
And you know, and
but
God bless. I am so glad I did. You know, I'm so glad I did. And I would love to do something for, you know, for Monkey's mom.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let me check into, I know I'll find out where the school had them done, you know, and then we can have them done too, you know.
Right. And she could, you know, you and her could set it all up, and then you could give us the link, and we could put it in the chat nightly. You know, we could put it in nightly, and
yeah, we should.
And, you know, for people to be able to, you know, get stuff from the little store, you know, the bracelets or t-shirts or, you know, whatever, to contribute to him.
But what a complete night and day of mothers. You know, Monkey's mom compared to Candace. I mean, it's just unbelievable how they are so different. Both had missing children. One is sucking off on YouTube, and one is begging for people to help find her son.
Yeah.
You know, or help me fix my house, or just taking money. And there you have Monkey's mom that is just like, you know, please help me find my son. I don't hear her say, please help me find my Summer. It's like, nope.
No.
Exactly. Always L8, always L8. Thank you very much for supporting our channel. Thank you so much. And Lady CG, God bless you. Thank you very much. I so appreciate it. I am so grateful. Absolutely grateful. Thank you. I'm bringing you up on panel, always L8. You can close the camera if you want, or leave it open. It's up to you. How you doing, sweetheart?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
Good. Hey, I was watching your live from last night, as a replay today. I sent you an email as well, but I'm sure you get millions of emails, so it's probably been overlooked.
And I only get time to get my emails to my emails at certain times. I try
Yeah.
to get to them, but 4 kids, a house, putting the content
Yeah.
together, being on
Oh,
here.
trust
It's
me.
too
I
much for you. Yeah,
understand.
I am fighting for sleep, and so I try to get to my emails as much as possible, but it's not that it was overlooked. It's just that I probably hasn't got to it yet.
I'm sure we're all
I'm so
busy.
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
it's no problem. What I was telling you in that email is something that I noticed on one of the videos that you showed last night. And it was of the video with Summer dancing around the red barrel in the rain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so something caught my eye about that barrel. So I remember Don talking about when he got that barrel, that he was just driving by or something and he saw a man had it for sale in his yard or something
Said it
like
was
that.
the last one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you look at that barrel, I'm sitting looking at it and I'm like, okay, so most people out in the country use those barrels for
Rain barrel.
a rain,
Or burn trash.
livestock feed, burning things. So I'm thinking if I'm gonna go and I'm gonna sell a barrel like that, I'm gonna sit it out in my yard and it's gonna sit there the way that you would use it with the top open on the top.
Right.
Well, if you look at it in front of their house, it's flipped upside down because Don said they use it as a table to put his tools and things on.
Right.
Well, the for sale sign or the for sale logo, I guess, that's on there is painted on there with the bottom side up. So whoever was selling that barrel would not have painted that for sale sign on there because they would have had that barrel sitting right side up. And that for sale on there would have been painted upside down. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see
I'm
what you're
bringing it
saying.
up. Here it is.
See how that barrel is flipped upside down and the bottom is on the top?
Yeah.
Right.
So if you
Exactly.
were sitting that out in your yard for sale, you wouldn't have it flipped upside down like that. You would have it the way that it's supposed to go. And if you had it sitting the way that it was supposed to go and you were the person selling that barrel, that for sale that is painted on there as you see it would be upside down.
So
I
where
see
is
exactly what you're saying.
where is the
If you-
barrel
if you-
now?
The barrel is at
Laying
Dawn and
out in their
Candace's
yard?
house. But that's the barrel that Summer was dancing around. And I was like, nobody sold that barrel with that for sale sign on it like that because that barrel is upside down. Does that make sense? I don't even know. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but
I don't know. Just maybe the Wells way. I don't know.
but
You
what
know.
I'm saying is
Yeah.
Don said that he bought that barrel
with this for sale already on it.
with for sale already on it. But somebody wouldn't sit that out in their yard with the bottom side up with for sale painted on that. If somebody was selling that out in their yard, it would be flipped over the other way where the open side is at the top.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Yeah.
the first thing that I would have done when I got that barrel home was to spray paint it a beautiful color and put it wherever I was going to put it.
Right.
Yeah, but
So-
they weren't about taking care of things.
Yeah, that's
No.
true too.
You know, they weren't.
But I never really found that video of Summer suspicious, I guess, until I saw that barrel and I was like, wait a minute. He said he bought that along the side of the road, somebody from some man selling it in his yard, and it would not have looked like that. So they painted that for sale sign on there. That's my opinion.
Well, there's a lady, I don't know her name, but she's a YouTuber, and she goes picture by picture, and she doesn't look just at what she can see. She goes beyond what's in the picture. You know, so like you have the barrel here, but
Right.
she'll, you know, I don't know how she's doing it, but she'll bring her picture up bigger and look beyond that. And she's made some pretty good points about a few things.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Well, I know I was thinking in Candace's live she had yesterday with the little boy or little girl, whoever it was, laying in the bed. I
yeah.
started thinking that my mind kind of goes crazy, and I'm like, that wouldn't be the little boy monkey, would it? But I don't know where they're from. I don't even know where they're from, but I don't know. Them people are so crazy, I wouldn't put anything past them.
No.
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Oh, but hey, Pergard, is Benny up there now? Or was he going in March?
He's supposed to go up in March.
Interesting. I just can't wait for the YouTube.
Oh my God.
It's gonna, you know what? March is gonna be a fun month of Benny and Candace.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. I'll have to make my own pan of brownies for that night.
I heard that.
Oh.
I definitely heard that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even watch him anymore because his mouth is so big, and I've reported him so many times.
You have lost all of our children.
Yeah.
And she only thinking of man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she gets all
Oh my
googly
God.
eyed at Benny.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know. She was getting pretty hot for for Ernie too that night.
Yeah, she don't have nothing nice to say about Ernie now.
Benny all act like he had to kick Ernie off, but Ernie got gone.
Benny got a little jealous.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, did you see him jump on Cam and Allie? I mean, like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's like, you know, it's almost like I want to say he's obsessed with this case, and he doesn't want nobody else to have it but him.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he has to be there for everything that they say.
Yeah. Yep. Everything.
So weird.
Yeah. Get up there and make sure she doesn't say anything wrong. You know.
I don't know why Cam even let
Somebody in
him
the
on
chat
there.
said that the for sale looks like tape.
Like tape?
That's what they're saying.
Still, if it's tape, they would have put it on there.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't think they would have did such a good job making it so perfect. Looks pretty good job to me.
They might
you know?
not even know how to spell it.
I know. Did they forget the E?
You know,
I can't see the E.
I know the police have Dawn and Candace's handwriting and Grandis's, for that matter. So could they not do a handwriting analysis?
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. That would solve the problem by doing a handwriting analysis. You know, maybe somebody should let TBI know that they should do a handwriting analysis on that for sale.
Well, they should.
The way they make the R, especially the F was, I noticed the F on there is very different from what people usually would,
But here's an idea. It could have been one of the boys that did it too. You know, they might have wrote for sale on it with tape, or I don't know.
I don't think one of the boys would have been. I think it would have been more smeared. I
Yeah,
don't think
that's true.
I don't think a kid could use a spray can or, I just don't think they would be that precise.
Right. Right.
No.
Yeah. Somebody said that they think that the police should do another search.
I think they should too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there was no cop standing outside that motel room or anything, because she said on her live she ain't seen the police in a month and a half. And she said that today.
If why don't they just haul her ass in there and hypnotize her dumb brain, and maybe they can figure out what happened. You know what I mean? Just take her in and say, "Hey, Candace, if you get nothing to hide, let's hypnotize you and see."
You know, I don't understand why she hasn't been taken in anyway.
Well, because
don't
she's
get that.
complying right now.
She's been called in. They can't do nothing with her.
Mm-mm.
She goes in there and just acts crazy.
Yeah.
And, she knows what she's doing.
Well,
Like she did before. And she came back out and, said, that's my fucking story and I'm sticking to it.
yeah.
When they told her that she left the driveway twice.
Yeah.
Well, when she was on that Dr. Phil panel, and they said, they looked right at her and they said, you know something. You may not remember it, but you know something. So here I'm thinking, okay, if you think I know something as a parent, then hypnotize me. See if you can get it out. See if we can figure it out. But no, she wouldn't do that. No. She's too dumb. Dumber than a box of rocks. Or maybe she's too clever. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Could be.
Yeah.
She's been through it a few times.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I mean, with her not
She's
talking.
not book smart, but she's street smart.
Right.
Oh, she's very street smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Remember, she was in a carny,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. I just, like I told you before, I just think that she thought this was going to go away like Rose's case went away. But Rose's case never went away. It never went away. It stayed alive up here.
Yeah.
But
well, it went cold for a while.
Yeah, it's cold. But I have high hopes that that Chris McDonough is able to come up and rattle a few people. Maybe he can relook at the police report and everything and catch a few things in there that they didn't catch.
Right. Absolutely.
And and hopefully maybe he'll be able to talk to her ex-husband and his sister, and her sister and stuff. And, just kind of see what happens with it.
I'd love to know what kind of questions they've asked Dawn so far.
Oh, so would I.
There you go then.
Yes, sweetheart.
Thank you so much, my angel, for all the talk tonight. I love you.
I love
And
you
please
too.
say hello to your little prince and princess.
I will do.
Say hello to them.
I absolutely
Big kiss
will.
from Norway. And
God
to the
bless
other
you.
woman on panel, take good care. God bless you.
God bless you too.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Stay
Bye.
strong. Stay strong.
God
Thank
bless you,
you.
sweetie. Much
Yeah.
love. Much love to you.
Much love, Prayer Garden.
She's such a wonderful woman.
She's so sweet.
Isn't she?
Yes.
But
Yes, she is. She's beautiful.
She is. But she lives with such a broken heart. You can tell she's sad and she's hurting, and
I just pray that God mends that broken heart so she can live, so she can look forward to getting up every day and living life. I pray so much that she gets healed.
Yeah, I do too.
I want her healed so bad.
Yeah.
I just hope he heals her and, mends
Yeah.
her heart. I wish we could bring her here with us.
I know. It'd be wonderful.
Yes, it would. It would be beautiful.
Oh my goodness. I'm just reading some of the chats.
That's what I'm doing too. You know, we have a little boy. It's about maybe 30 minutes from me, and he's been missing now for probably close to a month. He's 4 years old. His father had custody of him, and the father reported him. Like I said, it's probably been 3 or 4 weeks ago, and said that the last time that he had checked on his son was at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was in his bed with his Spider-Man shoes on and a pair of black pants and a black shirt. And he said when he got up in the morning, the little boy was gone. Well, come to find out, the neighbors said that they haven't seen the little boy since before Christmas. The man has 4 children. I think twins that are 2. The little boy that's 4, and I think that there's a 5-year-old maybe. They're all little kids. Anyway, the father, I guess, he went into the police voluntarily to take a lie detector test. Well, they started questioning him, and he had said that he had left the kids alone by themselves at times because it was too much to get them all ready when he had to go somewhere. So he would just leave them in the house by themselves. Well,
Oh boy.
they arrested him for child neglect, which kind of makes me wonder why didn't happen with Candace and Don. I mean, it's clear to look at them kids that there's definitely neglect going on, most likely abuse. And there has to be something going on, or CPS wouldn't have taken them kids from them. But it's like, how did this man he never even went home. When he went in to do the lie detector test, he hadn't been back home since. They never let him leave. They arrested him.
Right.
I'm like,
I agree with you. If those boys were taken away from Candace and Don because of child neglect or child abuse, they should have been arrested.
yes.
And I don't understand why they haven't.
I don't either.
I mean, I don't
I
know what
know
kind of
not.
laws you guys have down in Tennessee, but I know up here they would have been arrested right
Yeah.
away. So
Right.
something just isn't kosher. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then she, don't even get me going on her again. And then, so I hear Grandis is leaving again. Oh, she's leaving because Benny's coming. That's why she's leaving.
Oh.
She's like, I want no part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. But that's what I heard, that she was leaving again.
I don't know. I have to do research on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's been out for days, Per Garden. Where have you been sleeping?
No, I mean, I'm going to do research, see if Grandis wants anything to do with Benny.
Oh.
They can all play monkey in the middle.
Yeah. Oh, ick. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's just wrong. Well, if you hadn't said it, I was going to.
I bet Granny was right in that hotel room with that Sprite bottle.
Oh man, I know. I had a minute or two, and I like in the mornings, like right now, for me to listen to this, it is 1:15 in the morning. Yeah. So
Yeah, it's
so
2:15
my
for
ass
me.
is dragging in the morning too, Per Garden, not just yours.
Yeah.
But I heard him ranting on this morning about who did he go after? Was it Molly, or was it who used to be with Molly?
Bullhorn Betty. So he's going.
Yeah,
after
he went
now.
after. Yeah, he went after her this morning.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Oh, and who's
He's going
next?
after her now.
Yeah, Yeah.
But I hear she's going to put some legal legalities upon his ass now.
Oh yeah, she ain't
That's
backing
what
down.
I heard.
Yep, she is not backing down from him.
Yeah, she'll probably he messed with the wrong person when he messed with her.
He
Mhm.
definitely did.
You know, she ain't going to put up a few funny pictures and let it go. She's going to go like all legal on his ass.
Mhm. I hope she does. I'm just wondering who's next.
Who is the next victim? That's hard to say.
Yeah. He'll probably just start all over again.
How's he get to keep his channel? I don't get it.
I don't know.
I mean, don't they
Many of us have
question?
reported him. Like, you know what he did? He was on a channel and he sat there and he lit a joint right up there in front of everybody.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so I go to report it and I'm like, well, there's nothing under here that says anything about somebody doing drugs, you know, on YouTube, you know. So like, how am I going to report this? You know, I don't know. He's the only guy I know on YouTube that can sit and light up a joint in front of everybody and then keep his channel.
Yeah.
No.
That's continuous. He smokes throughout the whole video.
Yeah, his gang bang watching looking ass is gonna go down. He'll be getting gang banged in prison. That's because that's how that's why he knows how to bend over so well and stay in that position so good the other night. I mean, like if I was bent over like that, I'm telling you, I would tip over. But no, not Benny. He just stood right there. You know, like you've been there before. Did you borrow some of Ernie's
so
and he left
familiar.
one in Candace's
It's
yard?
such a familiar stance to him.
It is.
No.
Oh my gosh.
I'm surprised he didn't lose his channel when he stabbed that dog.
See, that's what I mean. I
Yeah.
mean, what is going on that this guy is keeping his channel? I say we
Oh,
started.
he stabbed a dog to save his mom.
Yeah, but that dog was on its way off of that property.
That's what I heard too.
Yeah, I watched it. That dog was like almost off of their back driveway when he went after it.
He's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he killed that dog just out of pure, probably hatred.
Yeah, like a rage, like he went into a rage or something.
Right.
Yeah, he I don't know. That guy is just not all there.
Right.
And everybody says, well, he's got a brain injury or something. Well, if he's got a brain injury, he shouldn't even be on YouTube because he's making a complete ass of himself.
Well, they say, you know, if he could do that to a dog, what more could he do to a human, you know?
Well,
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Just call him gang bang Benny ass hole. I can't stand him. I want to take him down. But if we did, then we'd have nothing to talk about. But you know, there was another YouTube that was up that was very upset about when Candace was you know I don't like to name any YouTubers, you know, on here unless it's Benny. I could give a shit.
Somebody said he lit up a joint so big he could poke his mother's eye out.
Wow. He lit up a
Oh,
joint. I
shit.
couldn't even see his face. It was so smoky after he lit it up. So I'm like, dude, you're nothing. You think you're so cool. You think you're just like about saving the world. And really, if you look in the mirror, you're just destroying yourself.
Yeah, it's like, grow up. You're
Yeah,
how
one joint
old?
at a time.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He just reminds me of somebody who has the mentality like he's still in high school.
And
Oh,
they-
yeah. And you know what else?
And that's why he fits in with the well so well.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And now I think he thinks he's a rapper too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because he's And then sometimes he forgets how to say his own words. Gang bang
He's got
something.
Candace thinking she's one now.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't seen it. If I saw that, I'd be going off about it. But I'll have to go watch it in the morning to see. I don't even know if I want to
Oh, I
listen to
so
it.
wanted to play it, but I can't because it's the music is,
that bad.
copywritten.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The music be copywritten. Yeah.
It was funny as hell, and I would love to play some of it, but I couldn't.
Well, at least you
was-
got some good entertainment tonight.
I was cracking up.
Mm.
That was some funny shit.
Did-
You should listen to it.
Oh, I'm going to. Did she figure out how to bring her chats up?
No, all she has to do is use StreamYard. She ain't using StreamYard. You have to have StreamYard to bring people up on panel. And, Cam and Allie's supposed to be her bestest friends. Why ain't they up there helping her,
Right.
They don't want her having a YouTube. They don't want her having a YouTube because then who's going to come on theirs? They think Benny and Cam and them want her to have to rely on them, to come upon panels and stuff. And that's just bullshit. If they don't help her, I'm going to call her tomorrow and tell her, she's got to get StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go, girl. You get that YouTube up. PG gonna help this motherfucker get that YouTube up.
Oh,
Oh
let
my
us help
God.
you hang yourself.
Well, at least, hey, you know what? At least, at least the money be going to her.
Absolutely.
Because all those donations was like over $250, and that didn't even go to her. That went to those other YouTubers.
Absolutely, Bess. Me and you. We're going to get Candace that. We're going to make sure Candace's YouTube gets up and going right. You're right. Restream, you can do that too. Absolutely.
I wonder if she let me.
Restream.
I wonder if she let
do
me
what
on.
she needs to do. We want this channel running.
Yeah. I wonder if she would let me up on panel.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. Sure, she probably would.
Maybe she finds out I'm from Wisconsin and she'd be saying like, "Oh hell no, I ain't talking to nobody from Wisconsin."
She's undercover.
I'm going to let Candace know, man. She needs to be like PG, have open panel every night.
Yeah, she should.
Let everybody up there. This is America.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody gets thrown out. Ain't gonna be none of that shit happening. Benny can't come over there directing everything. Traffic going like the freaking cop in the Frosty the Snowman show. Blowing his whistle and shit.
Mayberry RFD.
Ain't gonna be no thumpity thump here.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be very interesting. Yeah. Like I said, she won't let me up on panel when she finds out I'm from Wisconsin.
I don't think she'll allow anybody up there anyway.
Hey, so Benny doesn't allow anybody up on panel either, does he?
Yeah.
I think he
he
just
does.
started doing that.
Oh, sweet.
Mm-hmm. But it's probably only people that he knows.
It's handpicked. Yeah. It's
handpicked.
handpicked.
Handpickers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've already been blocked from him. He
Well,
blocked me.
Well, I got kicked off a few times too.
They're not as brave as we are. We let everybody come up.
Yeah.
Even if we have to give them the steel toe boot.
I told him I was up there one time and that's what I said. I said, "Oh my God, I have to get off this channel before I puke." That's what I wrote. I did. Yeah, they removed it. Please, everybody, put kind words up here. My ass, I ain't putting no kind words up on Benny's channel. I just want to meet Benny.
Yeah, and like over there, Cam and Allie's they had their one strike, you're out. One strike, you're out. Like, what the fuck is this? A ball game,
Yeah,
bitch?
yeah.
Yeah.
I want to know where the popcorn, hot dogs, and Cracker Jacks and shit are. You know,
They got nailed. They got nailed for copyright. Yeah, Cam and Allie did.
They
Yeah,
got what?
they got nailed for a copyright.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they
Now
played.
I could have shut them down. They was playing so much of my shit.
Yeah, darn! I keep missing that stuff. I want to hear.
and then they come over here crying like babies. When all I did is post a few pictures of them having fun. Benny and you know.
Those are good pictures, though. Some of those pictures, I'll tell you, I laugh for days. The other day I went to work.
I was putting up Benny and the Jets.
Yeah.
They get all upset and mad at me.
Yeah.
Hurt my feelings.
Yeah. And then didn't he come up on panel a couple months ago? On your panel? Oh yeah, he was sorry and he's sorry and he goes, you know, I know you and I don't meet eye to eye and blah 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 bullshit. And then he turns you in.
Yeah. How rude was that? He poked my heart.
Yeah.
It's all right. It all comes back around. So
Oh yeah.
his day's coming.
Yeah. Karma will
trust
be
me.
knocking on his garage door.
Absolutely. In 5 months.
Yeah. Yeah.
Donald's got 1 month down. 5 months. Benny.
I know.
5 months, Benny, your ass is rolling off the hill. Your ass is rolling off the hill, buddy.
I mean, like, seriously,
You ain't coming back.
When Don gets out of jail, I seriously want to fly down or even just drive down to Tennessee because I want to videotape that shit because it's going to be good.
He's going to look all crazy and shit when they let him out that front door.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He'll be like, where's that Benny Keys? Where's that Benny Keys?
Like,
yeah.
And on his way out, he's going to tell that cop, you don't mind if I borrow that for a minute, do you?
You know what? You know what? That guy is such a dumbass. I bet that he will go to the jail that Don gets out the day he gets out.
Oh yeah.
He'll escort Candace there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look what I got for you. I'm all done with her. You can have her.
Didn't really want her to begin with. You don't know what I had to do to get that 90 grand. It wasn't worth it.
No, Candace wasn't either. Oh God, yuck.
In all seriousness, I say the 90 grand would be gone and so would Benny's pride, but that motherfucker ain't got none.
Oh goodness.
That money stands alone.
Oh yeah. Okay, so Molly Roberts, now y'all know who y'all's sister is that the doctor dropped and hitting the dad in the head for child support heals. What?
What?
Who said that?
Jesse Cribb. See it?
You got to remember Jesse got dropped on the floor.
Molly Roberts, now y'all know who your sister is that the doctor dropped and hitting our dad in the head for child support he owes us. I'm the baby that got loved. Okay, I just don't know what that's about.
I think we missed part of this conversation.
I would like to thank you all, my haters, and my mama, and King Lost Daddy, for my newly found triplets. Laugh my effing ass off. I don't know who this.
Just Molly, just as the baby. I don't know. I think they got their own conversation going there.
I think so too. I think we missed part of that.
Yeah, we can see our way out.
Oh my god. I don't know. I lost that conversation way from the beginning. Oh man. Yeah. Well, I probably should go to bed. It's only like 1:30.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I better go to bed too. Tomorrow, Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Sunday morning. It comes quick.
A whole bunch of us girls went to the casino tonight. And
oh, me and my husband went to the casino too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I sure did.
I left my husband at home. Yeah, so it was fun. It was nice to get out and do something, you know.
Absolutely.
You know, winter is long up here. You know, there's what do you got to do? Oh no, sit out and look at the snow.
Yeah.
Go build a snowman.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We used to do a lot of snowmobiling, but we don't do that anymore.
We never get enough snow to build a snowman. They're like the size of a Barbie doll.
If I had my kids anywhere where it's snowing, let me tell you, we'd be flying out. We'd be flying out in the middle of the night, rolling up snowmen.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm out there hitting them in the head,
throwing snowballs at them.
Yeah, only problem is they throw back.
I threw one at my husband the other day when we were outside, and he just turned around and looked at me like, what are you thinking you're doing that for? And I'm like, come on, let's have a snowball fight. And I threw another one, and he's like, just get in the truck.
My kids are cheaters too. They are so cheaters.
Oh boy.
They be running up. They be running up into the house and smack you in the head with the snowball when you're still outside.
We used to build.
I don't mind snow in the house.
We used to build forts and then spend the whole day making all them snowballs and hiding them behind the forts. So when the kids walked by, my brothers and stuff, we would just pound them with the. Well, I come from a large family, so it was like, you know, you're next. Who's walking in the house again? There you go, bang.
It looked like the Alf show.
Yeah.
500 snowballs flying at once.
Yeah, but you know, when I got done with them, I was like, man, I spent all day making those snowballs.
Just to get rid of them in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah. That was horrible.
Yeah. Well, paybacks were horrible too. Yeah, but other than that, all right. Well, Per Garden, I'm gonna get off here.
All right.
Yes, I think
Thanks
I
for
am
coming
too.
up.
I think I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes and see if Candace can serenade me to bed.
Oh my God. The only thing she's going to do is have you laughing your ass off.
and having nightmares.
Yeah, her husband ain't going to get no sleep because every time she thinks about it, she's going to keep laughing. It is hilarious. I promise you, it is.
Oh my God. You know, the other day when that Queen Bee was on.
Oh my God. This is Peter wanted.
She wanted to come up on panel, and I go, like,
she's gone.
She wouldn't come up on panel.
It was so hilarious because right when she did that, she like flew off. I was rolling.
It was hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
So I go to work the next day and I'm buzzing, and the girls are like, what is your problem? And I'm like, you just had to be there moment.
Like
She never.
buzz off.
Oh, she never came back. That's so funny.
Oh goodness.
Yeah,
She
she
got
said.
up there and all bad.
Yeah, and then she was gonna report PG
Yeah.
because we were buzzing.
And I went him the one buzzed her off.
She didn't buzz her off. I buzzed her off.
I was like, damn.
Oh, it's just you had to be there.
She's like, I hate you, PG.
Yeah, for saying what we were. I don't know. We
That
were
was
rude.
hilarious.
Yeah, that was
And then,
hilarious.
and then Wisconsin mama was like, she blew up Penny's ass. That's why she got problems. I was wrong. I was wrong. That made her even madder. She probably spent the whole night just doing nothing but reporting me. I hate that bitch.
Yeah, she won't be back.
She has Benny's butt juice on her.
Yeah. Yeah.
He probably
I'm
poured her
sure.
out.
Buzz on over to Benny's channel because, like, if you don't like us, you ain't gonna like him. I mean, like, he's like worse than we are. Well, I don't know, though. I don't think he is. I think we have more fun over here. Yeah, we have a lot more fun. You know.
Prayer Garden needs to do a meet and greet. Just she can just put a bag over her head so nobody knows who she is.
We already talked about that too.
Yeah,
I'll meet in person. Oh, it'd be so fun.
I get in a little ninja suit.
She'd have to borrow it from. You could borrow it from Ernie's.
Ah.
Ernie said he was going to wear a ninja suit. Remember?
Yeah, there you go.
We had so much fun up here the other night. That vest came up, and he's like, "You guys, I can't believe you girls." And we didn't stop.
Oh God!
But you know, some people were like, I don't know. Some people like were taking it the wrong way because like we were laughing and having a good time, and I'm like,
Yeah, and
you
then
know,
we got Debbie Downer.
yeah, Queen Bee buzzed off. But you know,
Yeah.
it's just that they need to understand that we have to laugh too. You know, we take summer very serious. You know,
Oh yes.
but sometimes you have to have some humor. You know.
Yeah.
And
You
this
got
is why
to.
I come to this channel because I absolutely have a blast with Paraguard. I do. Yeah. But anyways, the paper bag thing. Yeah, we thought that would be a good idea for Candace when Benny met her.
Oh.
That damn paper bag probably started on fire. Oh no, I probably use one of those big green leaf bags. That's probably what I put over her.
Brown Bear said she could be Wonder Woman.
I just get her body bag and say, jump in. I set that bitch up real fast.
That's really good. That's a good one.
Start dragging it away.
Yeah. Yep, take it. Here you go, Benny. Body bag and all. Take her. You can have her. Yeah.
I roll her down the hill.
Don, where's Candace?
Don Catcher.
Well, you see that big bag down below the hill? Yeah, there she is. Yeah.
And the one coming right behind her is Benny.
Benny. You know what? Save your money. Put them both in one.
There you go.
Yeah,
Do it at one time. On.
I would, but Candace would like it too much. And I don't like her.
They Cam and Allie had said something about I don't know
I
what it
put
was.
them in one together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let them fight it out.
People just gossiping and making up stories. He goes like PG And Candace, she just rolls her eyes. Yeah, you keep rolling your eyes, honey, because I'm sure it's more than just, your eyes roll. It's something that's
They're
making you
gonna
roll
get
your
stuck
eyes.
that way.
Oh, her eyes? Oh, yeah, definitely.
They're gonna get stuck that way. I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
pray on it.
For sure. All right, when we all go to church tomorrow, let's pray. That Candace's eyes stayed like that. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm out of here, girls. You have a good
All
night.
right.
All right, you too.
Yeah, we'll send you off with prayers, and hopefully tomorrow is a better day for everybody.
Yes.
God bless.
All
God
right.
bless.
Yep.
All right. Talk to you later, girls.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Good
Bye-bye.
night, sweetie.
Good night.
Much love to you.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's like 2:30. Oh.
Yeah, it's getting late. Even
Mhm.
PG better get to bed as well.
Yeah.
Sunday morning comes around too quick,
Yes, it does.
and I didn't
Yeah.
even. I'm gonna be waking up Sunday morning with no way to hold my head that ain't hurt. I didn't even get out. I didn't even get to party the night before. Like what? Like Lord.
Oh boy.
Help me out here. Glass of wine, something. I have to stay sober.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very rare that I have a drink. I've got probably like 5 bottles, I guess, of wine in my refrigerator, but they've been there forever. I don't know. I get in the mood sometimes if I have a bad day or a stressful day at work. It's like, I'm just going to drink me just a little bit of wine. But I don't know. I don't like the taste.
I can't stop at one bottle.
Oh. Mhm.
No, I'm kidding. The only thing I really keep around my house, as in liquor, is a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
And it's because I know that it'll cut up, like if you get real bad cold or something, it'll
Yeah.
break this cold for you. Use it for hot toddies or medicine.
Right.
And if worse comes to worse, whiskey also is a disinfect, like if you're for cut or
Right.
so forth and so on. So, but it God, like you, I've had it for I don't know how long, and still ain't even broke on it.
Yeah.
And and I thank God I don't ever need it because it's for medical purposes. So thank God I don't. But
Right.
other than that, no alcohol in my house.
Yeah,
None whatsoever. I don't
know.
allow it.
I don't like the taste. I never have. I always see everybody like just relaxing with a glass of wine, and I'm like, oh my God, it looks so good.
Well,
And
and
then
I
I
got
go to have a
kids.
sip, and I'm like, ooh.
Right. I got children in the house, and it's like, I want them to know that it ain't okay to have alcohol.
Yeah.
In
I
your
was the
home.
same way with my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Same way.
So I definitely I don't know nothing in my house stronger than an aspirin.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I've had, I've been in some serious pain. My kids, because I don't have people to, nowhere. I ain't able to take off a drop of a hat, and
Right.
And like, I have actually been in some serious pain by, stupid, as all people do,
Right.
something happens to you, bring your foot, or you,
Right.
almost break your leg, one thing or another. And my kids have had, when I go to emergency room, they have to be sitting right there in a chair for me to watch.
Right.
And, they hear me. I tell the doctor, keep your pain pills. I'm
Yeah.
out of here, you know. I don't take that shit.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Ain't no
Matter of
way.
fact, it takes a lot for me to like. I get migraines quite often, and even to take ibuprofen. I know that sounds kind of silly, but it's like, well,
Right.
I've heard it can cause bleeding or something in your stomach, and
Right.
yeah, I'm not a medicine
Absolutely.
person or
And it's
taking
like,
person either.
no thanks, you know. Absolutely not. I
But that's how
mean,
I grew up too. My parents, I've never seen my parents ever take a drink, smoke. No, I picked up the smoking habit,
I
but
did too.
yeah, but my parents, they never smoked, drank, nothing.
And I tell you, I think it saves my smoking. Trust me, it don't hurt nobody's life. It actually saves them.
Oh yeah, yeah, it saved my kids a few
To see me
times.
without a cigarette, it's not pretty.
I remember one time, it was a long time ago, and I tried to quit, and I was so on edge, and my oldest was probably maybe 7 at the time, and she was like, "Please, just smoke."
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
I've got beautiful kids, but I'm afraid if I try to put down the cigarettes, they move me out.
They'd be like, "Not today."
They'd be like, we got a garage. That's where Benny stays, ain't it? Hint, hint, Mom. No, you ain't moving me to no garage.
Oh boy.
That ain't happening.
Mm-mm-mm. All right, lady. I think I'm heading off of here so I can get at least a few hours of sleep.
Yeah,
the
I
sun
swear I feel like
comes up.
sometimes I don't sleep at all.
I'm
really
sure.
do. I go on minutes. I tell you, the best medicine in the world is prayer, because some days I don't think I'm going to make it through
Oh
another
yeah.
day, and I
Mm-hmm.
have to pray. I mean, I've come on here so tired, and I ask God for the strength to please let me stay up, you know, going.
Yeah.
And He does, you know,
Mm-hmm.
He does, and I so thank Him. Nothing better than having God in your house.
That's right.
That's all I really need in my
Yep.
home, as you know, God and the beautiful gifts He has bestowed upon me, which is 4 children.
Mm-hmm.
So I so thank Him. God knows I thank Him.
Yep. I hear
All
you.
right, absolutely. And it's great for you to come up tonight too. I so appreciate people coming up on panel.
Oh, you're welcome.
Absolutely. I got lonely up here last night. I was up there all by myself. I'm like, oh my gosh. My sweet Norway finally showed up and saved the day for me. So
What's the
I
time
was like,
difference for her? Do you know?
it's a big difference, because I know here, you know, it's early morning there. Probably right now she's in early morning hours.
Oh, okay.
So there's, you know, quite a difference.
Yeah.
But she's a beautiful lady. God
Yeah,
bless her.
she's so
God
sweet.
bless her little soul. I
Yeah.
sure love her.
Yeah.
I'm so worried because she's so close to all that fighting over there.
I know. I thought about that too. Crazy.
And that worries me. You know, it worries me. I hope if it gets, you know, if it starts getting any closer to her, I hope she gets a ticket out of there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
absolutely. I like to bring her here. I love that woman. I love her so much.
Sweetheart.
She is. And she beautiful. She's just so beautiful. A wonderful lady.
Yes.
Absolutely. God bless her. All right.
Okay. Well, have a good night.
Good night to you. God bless you, and much love to you.
Same to you, Prayer Garden. All right. Good night, chat.
All right. I'm going to ask everybody, as I ask every night, please, 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 please send the prayers up to God for Summer. Please. You know, from our lips to His ears, through His Son, Jesus Christ. We always got to pray in the name of Jesus Christ, but please just bow your head and just ask God, you know, to please let us find sweet Summer, bring her home. Let us get justice for her. I was at the church today. I was praying for her. I just pray every day for her. And I know God is answering our prayers. I don't know what's, it seems like it's taken so long. But, we are on his time. He is not on our time. And we should always thank him for the time he gives us. Because every breath we take is a gift from God. Everything we have around us is a gift from God. You think you didn't see God today? You absolutely saw God today. You saw God the second your eyes opened and you knew you were still in this world. You saw God. When you look in the mirror, you see God. When you look outside, you see his art. You see all the love around you. That's God. It's a shame that we have to see the evilness as well as we see God every day. And, we see the bad as well. But you can't have one without the other, right? That's the world we live in. And sin is a big part of our lives, but God made every one of us, to be able to have enough strength and courage and all the things we need to fight that evil away from us and to, pick up our armor, put it on and do what we need to do, to ward off all that evil and keep it away from our lives and out of our lives and away from us. And we know it when we see it. And if we invite it in, then we have no one to blame but ourselves, right? So that's why it's very important, it shouldn't be shame on, the first time is shame on them, but after that is shame on you. You should not ever let it end up being a shame on you. Get rid of it when it's still shame on them. Don't let it back around you. Once you see how a person is or you see evil around, shun it and shun it as fast as you can. Nobody needs that in their life at all. And, you got to shun it within oneself as well. We're not perfect. And, every human's got the capability of being evil. We've got to keep ourselves from being that way as well. It's easy to get into. It's easy to, become a bad person yourself. And you've got to fight every day to be a good person. That's how we win our robe to the next life, is by fighting to keep ourselves walking the right path. And it's not easy to stay on that path because we want to what? We want to do, we basically want to, we don't want to do unto others as they do unto us. Yes, we want them to do unto us. We want to do unto them what they do to us, and it's very hard not to do unto people what they want, the way they do you. That's how you win your robe, is you've got to not do unto them as they're doing to you. You got to leave them alone. If you don't like the way someone's treating you, just leave them the hell alone. Don't have them in your life. Don't let them be part of your life, because you don't need to take that shit. There's plenty of good people out there that you can have in your life and replace that bad, So I wouldn't stay in a bad situation or let people drag me down to their level of evilness just to have somebody around me. You want to keep yourself above all of that. And that means that, to keep yourself above all of that and make it to the right place at the end of this life. And the sad thing is, you don't never know when this life's going to end. I mean, we're all here tonight, but we might not all be here tomorrow, right? You don't know. We don't know what's going to happen from one second to the other. And this panel right here proves it. I mean, it proves it. Like, we didn't expect the lady that showed up tonight on panel to show up, but she did. And we don't expect a lot of things, but in this life, a lot of things happen. So, you should always keep yourself above the scum level. Is what I'm saying. You know, we don't have to drop down to Big Bird Benny's levels or anybody else's levels or anything like that. It sickens me to see people that, you know, go in and back people like that and build them up and, you know, like you're doing a good job, Benny. Yeah, that person's the bad person and this and this and this. They're building him up to do his evil, and those people sicken me. His chat sickens me just as much as he does when they're condoning what he's doing over there, and as evil as he is. And it sickens me that, you know, I watch people that are back in the Wells instead of Summer. They're back in JodiSue instead of Summer. They're back in Allie's and them instead of Summer. I'm all for backing H because he's a kid and I didn't think that he deserved what he got. And tossed under the bus. He does have a life ahead of him and he should have not ever been singled out like he was and destroyed by the Wells the way he has been. So I do back H. I back all children. I think every child has a life and they should be allowed to live it. You know, God gave them that life and no one has a right to destroy it in any way, form, or how. Therefore, you know, I didn't mean to preach at the end of the night. I just, you know, some things I can't stand viewing and seeing and so forth and so on. But, you know, there is a white robe to win. We are in the last book of the Bible. I'm telling people and I'm warning them all to, you know, definitely get your house in order. Be prepared. Be ready. You can't do that without finding God. You got to seek Him. You got to find Him. And through His Son, Jesus Christ, you have got to be saved and baptized. If you are not baptized and saved, you will not make it to heaven. If God comes, you know, if Jesus comes tomorrow, you're not going to be took up. You're going to be left behind. Who wants to be left behind in this world? Not me. You know, so if you're not saved, you're not baptized, as Tennessee Shine said the other night, if you're not, please consider getting to the church house tomorrow, Sunday. What better day to get up and, you know, get on the righteous path. If you're not on it already, I just ask that you please do get on it. You won't ever regret you did. That's for sure. That is 100% for sure. It don't, you know, becoming a Christian don't mean you have to take anybody's crap. No, it don't. You know, look at PG. I'm a new kind of Christian. I follow God. I love God with everything I have. But I am not going to be pushed around by nobody or nothing evil. That's BS. You're not going to slide your foot through my door and think you're going to take advantage of me just because I'm a Christian. Absolutely not. I'm going to tell you, I'm a Christian that can spot evilness a mile away. And by God, I'll boot it in the ass the minute I do. And I ain't waste no words letting it be known. So God bless you all. As I said, please, please, please pray for Summer. Get to church. Get to know God through His Son. If you're not saved, please get there and get baptized. Get your house in order because we probably ain't got much longer before the Lord comes. I mean, rumors of wars and rumors of wars. Children turning against the parents. They'll be self-seekers of oneself. Look around you. What do we got? What do we have? That's exactly what we got right now. So take heed. That's all I'm saying is please take heed. I can't make nobody do anything. God ain't going to ask me about you and He ain't going to ask you about me. But you know what? I love you. I don't want to see anybody, you know, the more in heaven, the merrier. That's what I got to say. I'd like to see everybody there. And that's the reason I'm spreading this message out here tonight is I want to see everybody in heaven. you know, especially this family over here, especially this family. We are a good family. God put us together, and I hope we stay together, even in eternity. There you go. Please pray for Summer. I know God's going to bring her home. I know He's going to answer our prayers. Definitely, He's going to answer our prayers. We're going to get justice for Summer. We ain't going to quit till we do. God bless you all. Please pray for one another. Pray for Tennessee Shine. Pray for BDAC. Pray for one another. Everybody in here needs prayers. Even if you're doing great, let us pray that you stay that way. Remember, PG's always praying for you. Every day I pray for you. So God bless you all. Much love to you. I'm